All right, now here's my question for you. Are you ready to lose in literati in about 9 minutes? What you know about Sweet Brown? Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. I'm talking with Joe ass. Well, I wish I could, but robots don't work on my Chromebook. Son, what are your thoughts on Kid? What are your thoughts on Kid Cudi's Day and Night? You don't think it's a good song? Why don't you like the beat of it? Yeah, it is like that, son. It is like that. All right, I need to update you on the I need to update you. I must update you on the fighter and the kid. Very, very funny. Very, very funny. Very funny, dog. All right, but no, come on. You got to learn about this. This is your culture. Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. That's. I have a question for you. I have a very serious question for you. Do you know who was on the Joe Rogan Experience yesterday? Yeah, you should. Well, you should, baby. Are you ready to know? All right, their initials are BS. No, BS. All right, here's the clue. They are one half of the hit podcast, The Fighter and the Kid. And guess what they talked about? No, in fact, they didn't talk about that podcast at all. It wasn't mentioned, and it wasn't in the show notes, which tells me that The Fighter and the Kid is on its last leg. In fact, I don't think it's going to make it past July 1st. And if you're like, why not? Because I think that's when their um, contract with Podcast One is done. And once that's done, they have to get new sponsors. And Brendan Schaub can't. Exactly. Exactly. And they just got a new. Um, they just got a new studio, but it's so funny. So Brendan Schaub broke his lease in Calabasas. He used to have this sick ass studio. It was really big. They did like Theo Vaughn used to do his podcast from there. Like it was a really cool studio in Calabasas, but and it was owned. The building I think was owned by Howie Mandel, and um, basically Brendan Schaub couldn't pay or felt like the lease on that building or on that studio, so he just left when he moved to Austin and didn't pay it. So Howie Mandel, I think, or Howie Mandel's company or something, sued Brendan Schaub for the remainder of the lease. And Brendan Schaub was just like, "Peace, dude. I'm not coming back." But that's on your credit, and that means that Brendan Schaub can't rent commercial space anymore generally like he did. So what he had to do instead was um, rent a storage space, and so he rented a storage space for a year, and this storage space was literally just like a garage, and they didn't do too much with it, and they did it from there for a year. And the funny thing is, when like it's a storage space, it's not made for podcasting, so it's really echoey. And when the air conditioner turns on, it is really loud on the podcast. And there's a train that goes by that's really loud on the podcast. And they were running into an issue where like the lights would turn out on them, just like all of the like it's like Murphy's law. Whatever could go wrong will go wrong. And so they did the podcast there for a year, and they really had no interest. Both of them, they were just so going through the motions. And every podcast is the same. I know this is boring to you, but I'm almost done. Every podcast is the same. It's um all right, so where were you this weekend, Brian? And Brian goes, I was in Temecula, California. And then they're like, oh, okay, cool. How was that? And he's like, like it was a great crowd or whatever. When really, like, it turned out that he can't sell tickets anymore. That's the thing. The reason why he can't sell tickets is because the Los Angeles Times outed him as a multiple time rapist. And anybody who like says they're a Brian Callen fan is straight up lying to you. And he's not that funny. His fucking comedy is very how would I say it? It's very like power stance. Like I'll do an impression of him, not that you care, but this might be entertaining. If he were talking about like let's say searing a steak or like making a steak, he'd be like, well, first you've gotta look at the animal and recognize that you are eye to eye with the beast that will be providing nourishment to you later in that afternoon. And you take the knife, and it cannot be just any knife. This knife is so sharp that it was once the example for which samurai would use to sharpen their knives in ancient Japan, Imperial Japan, on an island far, far away. And as you kill the animal, you maintain eye contact, recognizing that you and that animal have a bond that you will never, ever be able to change. And once you see the life leaving that animal, you then recognize that it is time to prepare the steaks. So you take the steak and you salt the meat. And you don't use just any salt. You use the finest of Himalayan salts, pink Himalayan salts that you might see in a major cuisine aficionado publication. And as you salt that meat, you think about the life that you took and you show appreciation for the life that you took. And from there, you prepare your flame, your fire, your life force, and you don't just start the fire with matches or with a torch. You go find two dry sticks in the middle of a forest, as deep in the forest as you can go, and you rub them together to start a flame that will not only warm your food, your nourishment, but will provide you with that same life force that you took from the beast earlier in that day. And what you will do, what you shall do, what you must do is ensure that the flame is roaring high before you put the steak on the flame. And once that flame is ready, you put the steak. That's what it is, though. That's his fucking. That's what it is for an hour, and it's just like and he uses words that he thinks are funny, but frankly, his his audience. I'm almost done. His audience is not that smart. They're people who watch The Fighter as a kid. It's like his audience is like, this is what he'll do. He described this. This is his. I've seen his special a few times. It's called. Who cares? Anyway, he goes. I was on Instagram the other day, just doing whatever it was I was doing in my meaningless life, and I saw an influencer on a yacht somewhere in the Mediterranean, and all of a sudden I saw them plunge into the azure waters of the Mediterranean. And you're watching this and you're like, azure waters? What the fuck is azure? Like, it means blue. But it's like not a normal word that people would use to describe water. He like it's like he looks up in the thesaurus like what is the most advanced word that nobody knows and I'm gonna use it to look smart and that's what he does. Anyway, so on today's show, The Fighter and the Kid, Brian was not there, and no one knows why he wasn't there. He just basically quit, and um, and Brendan Schaub was only on for like half of it, and they had two other guys who were on, and they were like making fun of Brian Callen. And one of the things that they said, Brian Callen did stand-up comedy in Hawaii. Riser, how many tickets do you think he sold for a stand-up comedy club in Hawaii?
Why is a small ass state only like 500,000 people, right?
No, I haven't, but that's okay.
Really? What's the population?
I think Honolulu itself has um,
Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking.
just in the
One point four three might be. They're on the Big Island, I guess.
well, the Big Island actually isn't the most populous. Oahu is where
I
where
mean, I'm talking about
okay, so yeah, so the Big Island is known as Hawaii. It's really confusing. And that one's where Mauna Kea is, where the largest volcano in the world is basically, and the largest from seabed to ocean floor or seabed to above sea level rise of any single peak in the world. And that's kind of there are people who live there, but it's more like a lot of it is a park and stuff. Like you can on that island you can snowboard and snow ski in the same day, or not snowboard, water ski and snow ski in the same day. You can do that in LA too, but there aren't a lot of places in the United States.
what do you mean snow ski? Like just like a ski on a
Yeah, just ski on snow.
what? Wait, so you're not skiing on snow?
No, snow ski. Yeah, I am. It's known as snow ski.
Okay.
There's snow skiing and there's water skiing.
Right.
And so the answer is he sold 22 tickets. But you have to understand that like 22 tickets is not enough to pay for your flight to go all the way to Hawaii, which is really expensive, and do some show. And the other thing is, like, if we were partners or if you're partners with someone, you don't want to air out their dirty laundry. Be like, dude, he flew all the way to Hawaii to sell 22 tickets. Like his tickets are like $20 each. That's like that's like less than $440 or something. Like that's not even covering email and everything else. So Brian was not there. So it was really funny that they were doing this thing on the show where they would take viewer questions and they would answer some questions like pretty honestly. I'm almost done. I really appreciate the questions. I know you really, as it's been called on today's show, it's like the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, but for men. Like all this fucking stupid podcast drama that people go through, and it's all in the Rogan verse, and so that's why I fuck it. Which is a subset of larger the comedy. So anyway, Brian Callen was not there, and they had these two other guys who were his openers, who sat in for him and also sat in for Brendan Schaub, and they were taking the question for Brian Callen. So it basically is like Brian Callen's never going to answer these questions, and they at least want the questions to get answered. So people were like, "Yeah, Brian, love the show, but it seems like the your passion is gone. The wind is out of your sails. Like, is this true? Like, you and Brendan used to be really close. We know you've been doing this podcast for. They've been doing it for 14 years. That's a long fucking time to do a podcast. If you think about it, that's like one of the longest podcasts that's still going. Period. And uh, and they were answering on behalf of Brian, but they're like, yeah, I mean, just things aren't going really well with his life right now. You can tell he's depressed. You can tell that he isn't the draw that he once thought he was, and he feels like he was set up a lot by these allegations. Um, Brian Callen today put out a thing like a he's trying to do all kinds of stuff to just gain some ground. Here's the thing: you shouldn't feel so badly for him. His dad is an international banker, and who's like in his 80s, who's gonna die soon. And when he dies, Brian's gonna be like a bonkers millionaire. So it's not like that big of a deal. But for now, he's struggling. He's got a $20,000 alimony payment. His dad likes him, but his dad would rather like his dad will buy the whole family like a trip to a Mediterranean cruise every year instead of just giving him straight up. So his dad basically is like, look, I want to spend time with my family, but I'm not going to provide for like that's what you provide for. I've given you the opportunity, and all these people you have an invite by the way. All these people in stand up um, hate Brian Kahn because he's a spoiled rich kid, and frankly, in order to be good in stand up comedy nowadays, you have to. Yeah, allegedly.
They were born lucky. Also, shouldn't you blame the parents for if they raise a single brother or something to be raised that way?
Um,
Oh, you're born, it's not your choice. You're born with all this money, your parents just throw your money at you and treat you like a princess on your program. So, you pay your friends, people just hate you for that. Almost like,
well, the thing is, he acts kind of like a pretentious prick as well. Um, and that doesn't help. And I mean, he cheated on his wife a lot, and he didn't just cheat on his wife with just anybody. He cheated on him with like where he had like a power. There was like a power differential where he was like there was this girl I guess who lived in like Pennsylvania or something, and she worked at an American Apparel, and he would like go there and like just like have an affair with her, and I don't know. I just don't think it's cool to cheat on people. I've never cheated on anyone, and I just don't think it's cool. Um, I have a very. I'm not saying I haven't had friends who've cheated on their spouses or not spouses, significant others, and Um, I've hooked up with married chicks, but they have had their husbands' approval, and that's like a different story. If you're doing it, if you're cheating on someone and the person doesn't know about it, to me that's just kind of a scumbag move. Anyway, Brian Callen uh, ended up um, cheating on his day and night. He ended up cheating on his wife. She divorced him. She kept the kids, kept the house. She left him with his Tesla, like an old Honda Civic or something, and or an old Toyota Prius, and um, the rights to the fighter and the kids. She didn't want any of that, but she kept all the stuff, and then she got $20,000 a month in alimony. And he complains about having alimony. Like that's not what your fucking um, that's not what your fan base wants to hear. Like you're only doing this for the alimony. That it's basically true. Oh, do you think that was done?
No, just
You're good, man. Big dose. Um, so what I'm saying is that this podcast is on the ropes, and I think it's going to end pretty soon. But it's such a the podcast itself sucks. But what the people do in the in the subreddit is so fucking creative and so fucking funny. And there's a whole language that develops. Like when I first got into subreddit, it was like 2 years ago. I was like, I can't even read any of this shit. Like I don't understand this. This is like a different language. But then you watch, they have like these like it's called like it's called new hire training where they like teach you all of the phrases that they use and everything. And then you realize that a lot of people started using these phrases all over Reddit because the subreddit is so large. Um, and I find that to be just absolutely positively like you'll be in a Joe Rogan subreddit or like even just some random subreddits like I don't know things I learned today or whatever. Explain to me like I'm five. And people will come in with like, "Yo, B, that's not how it works." It's like, "Oh, are you in this community is known as the homeless cat?" And they're just fucking baby. I'm a pimp. Baby, I'm a pimp. What do you want me to do about it? Why aren't there more words that end with Q? Good day and night.
yeah, we have I didn't get a ring.
Just day and night. Are you fucking serious? Devastating. It's day and night.
That's that's horseshit. That's
That's fucking bullshit, bro.
that's bullshit.
It's day and night.
Wow, wow, here we go. Wow, tie yourself in the back. Would agree, would agree. That is embarrassing.
What's embarrassing about
That's
it?
just straight up embarrassing.
What's embarrassing about it?
Manufacturing that.
They didn't manufacture nuts. That was an organic S, son.
Manufacturing.
You know that was organic. It's not blue. No fucking way do you ever word this long. I don't know why you're even trying to shred. Go fuck yourself with that bullshit.
Historical commercial term referring to an odds of forecast subtly track
Yeah, I didn't.
common deduction in trade and shipping, particularly dealing with bulk goods like spices.
I didn't ask for it. I knew what it was. Everybody knows what shred is. Dog. Get out of here. Get out of here. This day in my how many times Just damn right.
Why? No.
Gutty and bang, son, because I'm a pimp, baby. What a comeback. Big dog. What? Because it's not. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows that ain't a word, baby. We all know that's not a word. Everybody knows that it's not a word. What did you think it was, Zadie? Yes. You used it. You used.
S-A-V-Y.
It's Savby, dog. How about you learn how to spell it, dog? I mean, that's how it's spelled in schools.
Yeah, they're reading the dictionary. They resorted to conspiring and changing the dictionary.
Devastating. You got both. You got both the fucking rank house. Dude, they just gave you this game.
every single time doesn't matter why people find themselves with
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog?
as part of you just sweeps the floor of your life. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jail? Summer Olympics and then the jail. Oh, this could be done this year.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to go again. I need it.
So,
I need a second. I need a second.
what?
Send it back to me. Send it back to me.
You have like 4 seconds.
No, send, yeah, thank you. I mean, I literally had something wrong. I had something in my eye. Yeah. Huh. That, oh, fuck. Garbage.
I think you might actually have a chance to win. You have a pretty good chance to win.
Actually, fuck up. This game is over. You had the Q, you had all the S's, you had all the G's, you had the J.
I think it was your play compilation.
Everything was so bullshit.
You have the cue. You literally cued you and you stole my hard work of like environment, jade, and then you tacked on an S again on and you like G's.
You got both the blank tiles. That's all
You
I
have
know.
one. It was not even helpful. I was like, it was annoying. I had no.
How it blank tiles annoying? How great.
Because they're just ambiguous and like harder to make up words.
That's interesting.
No, it's true. I mean, they're easy. Not gonna actually. When they give you two blank tiles, nice loss.
Here. Cheat. Alright, let's watch fucking William Montgomery. William Montgomery. Why would you say such a thing?
No, I've just been watching this TV show.
Is it called How to Suck Dick and Talk in Discord?
No, it's from the director of Yellowstone. Called Man.
It's on Paramount Plus or Tubi or some shit.
Yeah, Paramount.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Brendan Schaub's obsessed with it. Brendan Schaub's obsessed with it.
Oh no, I hate it.
I'm just telling
No, Brandon Shaw, that's great. Brandon Shaw, that's great.
you. You probably would love the same shit. Do you like Stranger Things?
No, Stranger Things is like children's.
What does that even mean?
Children's TV show. I mean, like it's for us.
Okay. Can I ask, what of your favorite businesses of present jobs is your favorite?
I don't know.
You don't know at all?
The one where he scams people for cars.
That's a good
Or
answer.
giveaway scams.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. No, I was. I do like old Ross. Okay. Alright, Brian.
Dude, what happened to documentaries? Learning.
I like to tell you this, but like take a break from documentary for a little bit. And it's not like I can't watch documentaries, but whenever my brain just like repetitively does something, it gets burned out a little bit. Not fun anymore, and I don't want to force myself to watch a documentary.
We've only been only been watching your shit. We've only been watching your shit. No, I didn't pick the founder. And I didn't pick the founder. No, it wasn't. I said I liked it, and you said I've added it, and then you wanted to watch it.
Okay.
So that was your pick, and the one before then was your pick. The last one that I had was on fucking nuclear weapons, and you liked that one.
Yeah, no, it's not like I don't like documentaries. I don't
No, you're stopping the documentary nights, and that's bullshit. And we watched yours the night before then too. What was it? Isn't it amazing that we can't remember? Saturday night was nuclear weapons. Sunday night was your pick, and then Monday was the founder, something like that. But what did we watch? Come on, think about it.
before that,
It was your pick, dog.
it's probably amazing. I feel like
No, it was
we watched the grill.
yeah. What's that one? It was. It wasn't the one about ship breaking either.
Oh, they called it.
Yeah, that one dog shit as well.
That was incredible.
Yeah, because you want to join that guy's. Because you want to join that guy's cult.
It was an amazing documentary.
That was garbage, dude.
One of the greatest.
You're stopping the documentaries, which is a bullshit move.
I'm not stopping it. I said still watching like one ad when it's like
And you refuse to watch.
the religious every day. I like doing it.
There's nothing religious about it. It's tradition. It's not religious.
I mean, it was one tradition. Maybe I'll.
Go to bed.
You're setting me off. You're setting me off.
I mean, you don't want to watch a documentary.
What documentary did you want to watch?
I wanted to watch Michael at one point, and I wanted to watch uh, perhaps the world's worst movie, known as Bus Boys.
Bus Boys is terrible. I still watch it. Neither of those are documentaries.
Okay, so if you want to know what documentary we should watch, it's Religious.
Okay. Are there any other on the list?
Yeah, there are like a million on the list. The Creature from Jekyll Island, Baller as fuck. You could watch Titanic documentary, Baller as fuck. You can watch
BP oil spills.
Porn as fuck.
The BP oil spill documentary.
I mean, what do you want to know? Deepwater Horizon.
No, that was it.
It was either it was rigged or something blew up or whatever. It spilled oil on the boat. What more? I mean, there's like yeah, dog. Just send oil prices up. Oh, for sure, dog. Um, okay.
Why did oil prices go up?
Because there was a
Like,
because there were a ton of um, there's a ton of oil that was wasted.
yeah, but relative to like the reserve, all the other oil places they extract oil from.
That was a lot. It was like at least like 5%. Um, we could watch. I saw this really sweet documentary on shark fins stew, and another amazing documentary called Blackfish, which is about like why SeaWorld and places like that shouldn't exist. There was one in Canada too. What was it called? I think it was in Vancouver. Yeah, Marine Line.
Yeah, yeah. I've
Um,
been to more. I've been to somewhere.
right, well, then you solve this problem. I want to see Man on Wire. Have you seen Man on Wire?
I think I did watch that one. I think it's last time I
It won an Oscar for best documentary.
I've seen it. I think it's absolutely terrible.
That was the greatest thing of all time.
Not even, not even,
Lies,
not even.
lies. Um, there's the Alex Honnold documentary, Free Solo. You probably think that sucks too.
No, that one's cool.
Okay.
It's a good documentary.
about. Hey, we should watch the one on the waterfall on Stanley Mall.
Yeah, that's a good shit.
Yeah, we should watch that. Also, there's this one fucking fascinating documentary I've seen on the font Helvetica. It is so amazing how Helvetica changed society. Like, just this font. Everything, all the corporate fonts are all Helvetica. And you wouldn't know it, but they are. It's basically Arial. But it's like, dude, I had no idea that Helvetica had such a uh, did you know that Clavicular is financially funded by Peter Thiel?
And that guy's got his fingers and fingers like that.
Yeah, but there's a reason why he came on the scene so hard.
There's a reason why Particular, like he was funded before he was like super hot.
Yeah, according to the Joe Rogan Patreon, that he's doing a stream with J.D. Vance and Jake Paul and Clavicular, who is financially funded by billionaire Joe Rogan guest Peter Thiel. And they did it on Kick. You can't even say my name on Kick, or you get banned. Or you don't get banned, but you get it doesn't deliver the message.
That's interesting. I thought Particular was. I don't think you would need that much funding. Like he doesn't do much of his job. He literally walks around, talks to people.
He needs the money.
People do it, getting hired.
He needs the money for all the bots. That's a lot of bots.
I mean, don't you get to like the point where like you don't need the bot?
No, there aren't that many viewers on Kick. Kick doesn't have tens of thousands of viewers at any given time, like just for one person. It becomes a competition of who can bot themselves. In reality, they have. I mean, you can just look at the stats. Go to it's like
So
botted.ai.
botting on YouTube is illegal. Botting on Reddit.
They're both illegal, but they let them do it. In fact, Clavicular got banned from Twitch for botting. That's why he went to Kick.
Oh, but he gets free pass through Kick to bot.
Or bot.
Do you like Particular?
I think he's like absolutely. What do you like about it?
It's funny as fuck. He's a little bit pompous,
He's completely
and
pompous.
a little.
He's a douche. He's like grade A douchebag.
Yeah, but at least he's like somewhat. I don't think he's like that like insanely mean. Like the way like you talk to me in the literati is like mean.
My shit's funny as fuck though. I don't do it to be mean. He's an asshole.
What does he do?
He shot like a dead alligator in the Everglades. He got in trouble for like domestic violence or something. A bunch of shit he's done. That's just in the last week or so, like last month.
Mr. I really don't know.
Get out of here. Go watch the Clavicular. Maybe you and Clavicular can start watching documentaries.
Me and Cloud.
Get out of here.
Join this stream.
Well, don't type Rabbi Rothschild in it because you won't see anything.
Alright.
Peace out, Gusto.
Okay. I'm sorry for destroying you and destroying
Garbage. Garbage. If you lied about it yesterday, if you
sorry that the title of the last poll was on the game. Really sorry about that.
it's up in front of you.
I think it's more than that. I can't even recall the last time.
Cool story, bro. This is garbage.
The only thing that can make up for it is watching more The Fighter and the Kid.
Do you think that the PDF file nesting videos that they do are good or bad?
I think they should be illegal.
You're not. Oh, just because it's like a traffic, basically.
Yeah, they aren't law enforcement. They don't have. To me, they. I mean, I've seen this. There's like a much higher rate of those people being PDF files than just your average person. And there are situations where I'm not saying these are all of them because usually they have their shit together really well. But if it's not done by law enforcement, uh, I don't feel that that type of behavior should be legal. I should. A lot of times these guys, I'm not saying that they're innocent because usually like 90. I don't think I've ever seen one honestly where a guy's been like truthfully innocent. But sometimes they get people who have mental issues, um, and that's not cool. Like the person that like literally like they're, you can tell they're not like a normal IQ of a person, and I'm not saying those people should be able to be predators either, but it's like you're you're grabbing at low hanging fruit kind of, and it's just like who made you the police to do that? I think there should be a police like section like a that does that. I think that should be a thing. I don't want people hurting children, but you're doing it for views, and to me that's like you're not much better. Um, have I?
If anything, shining
Um, well, when they started to do that, I mean,
unnecessary.
um, well, it's just like there's almost something weird about it. Like, so you then like you care about kids and everything. That's fine. That you're doing the job of the police. That's the police's job. Like they're like, well, the police aren't doing their job. Okay, then what I think you should do is advocate in your local government to get laws passed so that the police do this kind of stuff. But the fact that they don't, then they do it. They're doing it for clout. Have I been a fan of this kind of stuff? Yeah, because it's like very it gets a lot of views and stuff. But like but Tally did it to somebody, and the person was innocent, and like he didn't lose his account or anything, but it's like you're doing it for views. You're doing it for um and and you're not always like you're not innocent in your with what you're doing. Like you I saw this one guy Vitaly did. And Vitaly and I are cool. He shouted me out in the stream before, so I'm not like saying that I think he's like yeah. I'm not saying yeah, he's been really yeah, no, he knows who I am. He knows who I am. And he shut me out. Uh, well, he's in jail now, isn't he? In like the Philippines.
No, he does.
Okay. Well, yeah. I thought it was cool that he like climbed the Hollywood sign and just did a bunch of shit to get popular or whatever. But anyway, he has like people on, and he'll like do it and make them cry and like bring like look, just get the police. Just give the information to the police. That's it. It's not your job. It's not your job to be the policeman of the internet. And there's just something that these guys get. They're like, hey, we can make a job out of this, and we get a lot of views for it because there's this subconscious part of people's brains that love the fact that people are getting in trouble for sexual crime. And um, I think it's good that there's awareness about the issue, but police should be the ones doing it, in my opinion. It should not be private companies. It should not be private individuals. It should be sworn officers. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Um, to me, it's like if somebody's speeding down the road, do I just have the do I have the ability to go and like pull them over myself? No, I don't. That's a crime. I feel that this should be a crime as well because sometimes these guys behind the scenes will say things that like are questionable. Like I don't know. Like here's one that people do. I mean, I don't know. Like I have watched these things, and I've been like happy that these guys get caught. But then when I learned that a lot of times if they get caught by these private individuals, their cases get thrown out. So it just has just frankly just embarrassed the guy, and now he's got a video of him out there of looking like a pervert, but actually no charges were pressed against him. That's not right. That's not fair. You shouldn't have your life ruined if you're not found guilty on anything because someone wanted to make a video about it. That's not right to me. Um, and but there's no like there's no reversing that. The, I would be fine with it if these guys did this. Instead of taking all this time to do these things themselves, they just said, look, we're going to get people in the community together, and we're going to get with our district attorneys, and we're going to get with our local legislatures, and we're going to say, if you're in our county, we are funding the police to be able to do this kind of work. What's wrong with that?
I mean, as a YouTuber, streamer, there's no content being created.
Wait. So then we see, then we see, yeah, exactly. Then we see what it's really about. It's really about them making money, and then in a certain way, they're actually making money off of hurting kids in their own way, and I don't like them. And it's like, well, how are they making money off of hurting kids? Because their charges many times get thrown out. So instead of the police who, if they had done this thing and they had taken precautions and everything was recorded with them, and the person might have actually gone to jail, instead it gets thrown out because it's a private individual. And I mean, I've seen these guys, like there's a vengeance about the matter, and like people are like, yeah, get them, and I get that, and I'm not like it should be handled by the police. And the people who do it, I would once watch these, like for like maybe I don't know, a week of my life. I watched uh, these on TikTok, and I was really impressed with all of the documentation that the people have. They have like a whole binder that they give to the police and everything, and like everything's in there, and that's cool. But if that person is acquitted, that video doesn't leave. That's still up there, and you ruin that person's life, basically. And I believe everybody deserves their day in court, and if they're acquitted, then maybe sometimes these guys are nice and they take the video down, but that video's already been spread throughout the internet, and you're not able to take them down that easily. You literally have to pay like thousands of dollars in legal fees just to get one video taken down off social media. So then to do that off the entire internet, it's like you can't unring the bell. And people may say, "Hey, you shouldn't have been in that situation anyway." Well, hey, this kid had mental illness or was uh, not an
Or maybe he legitimately was driving from like the method that car was too underage and actually skimmed over that method somehow.
exactly, and that can happen. But I mean, usually people are like, "How old are you?" And I get that, but that can happen too. And I just personally feel as if this is a job for the police. And if I were, I mean, I might even write on this topic. I think I will. It's a good one. That this is a job for the police. This is not a job for renegade people. And the people who do it, and the people exactly, and the people who do it are kind of creepy themselves, in my opinion, because it's like you're so obsessed with guys hurting kids that you are going to record it and do all this other shit and make money off of it. Um, and
I think you can like innocently do it and do like whatever and doing a good thing and removing people that hurt children from the street.
okay,
Like that's fine.
then why do you have to put it on
But
TikTok? Then why do you have to put it on social media? I understand you can say, well, it's a deterrent. They already have those deterrents. They had To Catch a Predator and all those kinds of shows. They already have it on the news. Frankly, you're just doing it to get views, to get clicks. And to me, that's disingenuous.
yeah, no, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, either it's like started reasons or you just for fame, right?
And a lot of times those guys get caught doing the same thing with like or like they have like sexual issues of their own. It's like Vitali did it because it got him a ton of views, and I get that, but he didn't do it because he's trying to clean up the street. He did it because it got him a ton of views. Um, and
But also they'll like intimidate and sometimes physically assault
yeah, yeah.
people.
That's absolutely true. They do that, and or they'll make them be like, or they'll lie to them, which I think that person's already in like a fragile position, and they'll be like, if you tell me now, I won't call the cops. If you tell me now, I won't call the cops, and then they just call the cops on. And it's like there's something disingenuous about that to me. Like uh, they may say
Like
anything.
real law enforcement don't like extort you
Yeah,
from the scene of like the crime.
exactly. You're 100% right. They might use other things that I find questionable, which aren't right, but they don't do that. They aren't like, tell me who else you've done this to, and I won't, and you won't get in any trouble, or like I'll just let you leave. You're free to go. It's like, yeah, you're free to go because the police are already in the parking lot waiting for you. Like, there's something disingenuous to that. The police don't say you're free to go and then go arrest you in the parking lot. It's just not. There are some ways. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the way law enforcement handles a lot of issues in the United States. In fact, I'm a major advocate for criminal justice reform and social justice. But this one, Police do a better job of it, in my opinion, than uh, just some random creepy guy with um, a TikTok channel. I mean, is he creepy? He spends 8 hours a day trying to catch guys, and like all he does is have like sexual conversations with dudes who think that they're having discussions with children, and he has no authority to do this, none whatsoever. This isn't a police.
It's also like if you like set up like a fake Facebook profile attempt to like extract money from people and like romance scams, that's like fraud basically.
That's true.
Because it's like you're already doing like a criminal act just to entice the dude already like
That's true.
there's other stuff that things for that to do, but it's like you're already breaking the law to start.
That's a good point. That's a good point, though. Let me write that down. Why isn't this a romance scam? It's a good point. Um,
Impersonating basically or whatever.
and I don't know, like, there are arguments that are made that are like, I don't agree with them, but there are people who say like, you, I mean, like with the transgenderism. One day you're a man, one day you're a woman. Literally, you can change like a shapeshifter. Okay, if that's the case, then why can't you do so with age? And I've seen this argument made. Um, and yeah, so there's this guy who wanted everybody to treat him as a 6-year-old girl. He was like a 35-year-old man, and he would wear like pink and unicorns and shit. And he demanded people like he was making efforts for that. And then there's another thing that's trying to be pushed. Dwayne Maxwell tried it a lot. Jeffrey Epstein tried it a lot. It's called adult loving minors or something like that. Minor attracted people. That's what it is. Minor attracted people. And um, I don't think that you got to play by the rules. There are certain rules. Whatever the age is, you have to follow it. Whatever the gender is, generally that can be followed. Um, but these situations with just these guys who make their channels about this stuff, um, I think they should. I don't think they should lose their channels. I think they should have to change their because otherwise, frankly, they're not stopping the issue. They are in many ways just like stopping the issue would be passing legislation so that this doesn't happen, so that there are police teams that do this. There are task force that go around and try to stop this, and that just doesn't exist in the United States. And I know a lot of people get hurt that way. There's an interesting one that comes up. So Zoot has this person with whom he does stand up. Her name is Chelsea. She's a bitch. She banned me on Facebook or on Instagram, even though I did nothing to her. And all her friends except for my friend request. But anyway, and I was the biggest advocate of her stand-up comedy. I was, I'd probably watch like 5 minutes of her stuff, but I would always joke around with about her. Anyway, she has this stand-up skit that she does that is like, uh, so in South Australia, you have to be age 17, I think, to be in a relationship with an adult. And she would go on Tinder at age 17, even though you had to be 18 to use Tinder. And she would be like, everybody would swipe right on me, even women would swipe right on me. And it's like, in my opinion, you're already on a platform that says that you're 18. So people aren't reading your full fucking profile and saying, "Oh, this person's 17. I'm gonna swipe right on." None of like, I think very few people are like. And I mean, I know when I used Tinder long ago, I just swipe right on everybody and then see who ended up in my inbox. Basically, I didn't pay attention. I used bots to do it, so it's like it wasn't even something that I did purposeful, and and then you get a situation like where a woman lies about her age. I'm not saying like in the David situation, but she's like 13 when they met her 14 or something, but she says that she's a college student. What do you do in a situation like that? What if she has a fake ID? How far do you push it? Look, I understand there's a way to tell the difference between a 13-year-old girl and an 18-year-old girl. I get all that, but what I am saying is that the minors aren't always innocent either, and um, you have to be diligent as an adult. That even someone who tells you that they're an adult, you have to be cautious, and um, that's why I just think stay away from anybody who says that they're not speaking. Like, don't play, don't play in this world. Um, but for these guys who do these renegade vigilante things, I'm not a fan of it. I don't know why it's illegal. Let me look up why is it legal, and is it illegal anywhere in the
Yeah,
United
I mean,
States?
you can't go. I mean, he's like, I guess he
Why are vigilante child predator stings legal when? Why isn't that considered like an illegal practice? And is it illegal anywhere? So they can end up in big legal trouble. Vigilante child predator stings are generally not considered legal. Oh, they aren't considered legal. So I mean, how do they do it?
and what if that's not legal? Detaining someone, or impersonating.
We're gonna look. We're gonna read through that. Keep your keep your pants on, big dog.
Just like
Keep your pants.
trying
Dog. Listen to this motherfucker. I'm about to read him the whole spiel, and he's asking questions. Just calm down.
I'm curious.
Okay. All right. So just wait till the end and then ask all your questions. Vigilante child predator stings are generally not considered legal in the United States and other common law jurisdictions because the legal defense of entrapment typically applies only to actions by government agents, not private citizens. Oh, they're not considered illegal. Wow, that's a weird way to put that. Okay, so uh, they are considered legal. Since vigilantes are private individuals, their involvement does not negate the criminal liability of the suspect. If a suspect initiates a sexual conversation or agrees to meet, they are considered predisposed to commit the crime, making the evidence admissible for prosecution. However, the legality of the sting operation itself varies significantly by jurisdiction, particularly regarding who is legally permitted to pose as a minor. United States. In most states, it is illegal for anyone to solicit a minor for sexual acts, but many statutes specifically require the solicitor to believe the person is a minor or a law enforcement officer posing as one. In some states, like Ohio, it is not a crime for a pedophile to communicate with an adult pretending to be underage unless the adult is a police officer. Consequently, evidence gathered by vigilantes may be inadmissible in court if the local law requires the minor to be the law enforcement agent for the charge to stick. United Kingdom vigilante stings are illegal and dangerous. The UK government and police strongly discourage them because they can compromise evidence, interfere with official investigations, and lead to violent confrontations or false accusations. And I agree with that. I think that the United States should be like the United Kingdom in that regard. That's another thing. You could somebody's like cornered. They could fucking hurt you. Next, Australia. Police posing as minor is legal and not considered entrapment. Vigilante involvement is less formally regulated but often discouraged if it interferes with police operations. Singapore, sex stings are legally valid, but these are conducted by law enforcement, not private citizens. That's how I feel it should be. Um, Key legal risks for vigilantes. While the act of stinging itself may not be a crime, vigilantes often face serious legal trouble if their methods violate the laws. Legal means choosing threats, unlawful restraint, and physical force to detain a suspect can lead to charges like assault, unlawful restraint, or obstructing justice. Interference. Vigilante operations can ruin official investigations by contaminating evidence or eluding suspects, leading to legal pushback from prosecutors. Civil liability. Suspects may sue vigilantes for defamation, false imprisonment, or invasion of privacy. In summary, vigilante stings are often tolerated because they help identify predisposed offenders, they operate in a legal gray area where the vigilante's actions must strictly avoid criminal behavior like assault or legal detention to avoid being charged with so it's still, in my opinion, a new type of law. This really hasn't been a thing for more than 30 years or so since the internet, and um, because of that, it hasn't been regulated that well. But I'm someone who feels that it's an illegal practice and it should not be done. Now, what about uh, what about police? Like, I'm generally not for police stings. I kind of think that that is a something that is sort of an illegal practice as well. But how do you protect children then um, from interacting with adults who want to prey on them? Um, well, there's the idea that you could have children not available to the same internet as adults. There could be like a children's internet and an adult's internet, um, similar to like YouTube, the YouTube Kids app and the normal YouTube app. Um, well,
Personal safety, I understand maybe the wording is
this
suspicious.
ex- this exists, and I think this is what it should be. Instead of making everybody have to, um, verify their their phone and their credit card and all this other bullshit, there's a software that you can put on devices that that isn't very popular in the United States, but I think should be more popular. That has like a big list on it, and you're not allowed to go to any of the websites on the list. And it makes it so that children can be on the internet and hopefully not see a lot of the terrible things that are out there. Um, so if I'm against police stings and I'm against vigilante justice, then how do we stop this behavior from happening? Um, I mean, I think it's about good parenting, but I know a parent can't always be there, and kids are gonna get, they're gonna run into things. Um, but it's kind of, in my opinion, the same thing that happened with this, like someone else trying to abuse a child who is like a family member or a friend of the family or something like that. Like, um, the child will tell on you, and basically, then you get in trouble, and that's how it should be. There's still that element of it. Now, what if the child wants to engage in a sexual relationship with an adult, and the adult wants to engage with a sexual relationship with a child, and neither of them are going to tell on each other? Then I guess that goes on, and then it isn't talked about until years later. And that's a hard one. You can't really I mean, you can legislate against it, but it's really hard to catch. How do you stop taking advantage of a child if the child wants it to happen and the adult wants it to happen?
Yeah, I mean, like,
I've heard of I've heard of ways called contact tracing. It was big during the pandemic, but basically, like, there's an idea that you'll always have your phone on you in the future, or something like that, and you're not allowed to come within 6 feet of someone if if they're not in your contact list or something like that. Um, so what does that mean? Like, you just, if you're an adult, you wouldn't be able to come within contact, or you're not. Maybe you can be in contact with someone, but it can't be for more than a minute. Like, of someone who you don't. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And then it's not like a drone comes and like flies and sees what's going on.
how are you gonna meet with people? How are you gonna go with tours like the show?
Well, it would be there might be some approved locations where you could do that, but like unapproved locations you couldn't.
Okay, so if you go into a shopping mall, it's fine. Or Floppers.
Yeah. Well, like maybe
You wouldn't want to talk to some stranger on the run on the parking lot.
well there would be an argument there no there'd be an argument that you could both approve each other and be each other's contacts and then you're fine. But if they remove you from being a contact, then you're not supposed to come within 6 feet of them.
So let's say you want to pick up a chick on the street. You have one minute to let you accept her invite to be a contact outside of the conversation so we can make her
Yeah, or she could just have a setting on her phone that basically says don't talk to me, and you just don't even go up to her. But if she had like,
I
there's
feel like that'd be an amazing just turn on random dudes kind of calling you.
right, but then they're gonna there's like a we used to throw these kind of parties that were called stoplight parties where you either dress in red, yellow, or green, or even better, you got a cup, whatever your like solo cup was or your plastic cup was either red, yellow, or green. Red meant you were taken. Yellow meant it was either complicated or you're open maybe, and green meant you're ready to fly. And people would just go and pick whatever color cup they want. Maybe you might start the night with a red cup, but then I don't know. Maybe you might move to a yellow or a green cup as you have a good time or whatever.
Break up with your boyfriend around
Yeah, well, that happens, and so it's almost the same for geofencing with people. I've heard this though, and this is an interesting one. When I worked at that tech company, it was at the height of the pandemic, and uh, like we as a business should have been shut down, but we got to be able to continue because we were a like some transportation um, and technology companies were considered exceptions. Like if we were, I don't know, like a restaurant, we might have had to close, like inside seating or something like that, or like the comedy store had to close. But we had an exception, and where my seat was, it was very close to the freeway off ramp, and one day I downloaded an app. Yeah, I downloaded an app for contact tracing, and because the people were in a car, let's say they were like 10 feet away from me, um, like maybe 9 feet away from me, but there was a wall in between us, but I was just very close to the wall, and they were very close in their car from the on ramp or the off ramp. We got like connected with this contact tracing a lot, and I would get like thousands of people a day who were like within 10 feet of me, and I had no idea they were there. But it was just because of the proximity of where of how the building was arranged. It was just very close to the off ramp, and um, I just thought this was an interesting case where I never met any of these people, never met any of them, not one. But yet we there's an argument to be made that we were within each other's 10 feet proximity for 2 or 3 minutes while they were at the light. And what if they were an enemy of the state or something like that? Like, I could be questioned about it. Like, why were you around this person? I'd be like, I don't even know who that fucking person is. What are you talking about? And they'd be like, well, you were in this area of Los Angeles County on this date, and uh, you spent 3 minutes within 10 feet of this person. And I'd be like, I have no fucking clue who that person is. But that's what this app has allowed me to do. and I found that to be extremely weird, like and creepy. But anyway, um, so there's an argument to be made that so how what if you just don't have your phone on you? Well, that's an argument. Like let's think about how did it occur before we had cell phones and internet and stuff, and um, the argument is that you would um, people were just more trustworthy. At least studies show up until the 1970s, people were much more trustworthy of their fellow person. Um, mutual trust really fell in the 1970s or so in the United States, and very soon thereafter. Even though Canada's more trustworthy today, it used to be even more trustworthy. And the big litmus test of this is hitchhiking. People used to let you hitchhike. You hitchhike across the country. There was a big thing in um, Canada to hitchhike. Like hitchhiking in Canada was big, and it became very untrustworthy. And you get one case of some woman who let somebody hitchhike and gets murdered, and then nobody wants to hitchhike anymore. And it was still pop.
People still hitchhike, but it's not like illegal because of our
That's true. That's true. And there are anti-hitchhiking laws and statutes, and so anyway,
have you ever hitchhiked? I'm guessing not.
um, I want to say no, but I want to say yeah at some point. Um, we caught a ride
It
with.
should be legal if you're like 5 or
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I've hitchhiked a lot in like situations before Uber existed, and we'd go to a party and we'd be too drunk to drive, and somebody who was sober, like we had a designated driver. Isn't that hitchhiking? It wasn't prearranged, and we didn't. Hold on, it wasn't prearranged, and we didn't know the person. So we went to a party, we got drunk.
Okay, then yeah, then it's hitchhiking. That's
So
I mean, I guess like what's the difference between hitchhiking and just spontaneously selecting a ride? I guess not much.
that aren't they the same thing? So before Uber was a thing, uh, LA is different than New York. We don't have taxis like New York has. Like, if you've ever been in New York City, literally taxis like outnumber cars. You can get it. It's like you can get a taxi anywhere. They're expensive, but you can get them anywhere. And one really interesting thing, the you can't just buy a taxi and start driving it. You have to have what's called a medallion or something, a taxi medallion, and they're like $500,000 to get one. So that means to be able to drive a taxi, they're very very expensive. Um, they became like a currency in New York City, so that it's just really expensive to have a taxi business because it's very lucrative. Once you have that medallion, you can make a lot of money right driving a taxi. So anyway, um,
Is there just one medallion per taxi business?
no, per car,
500K.
per car. And so like investment bankers were realizing how expensive these things were and buying them and like raised the. Let me look up the specifics, but yeah, what's the thing with the tax medallions and how well um how expensive they got? Taxi medallions are city-issued permits that grant exclusive right to operate a taxi cab and pick up street-hailed passengers, and their high cost driven by artificial scarcity created by the government caps or supply. In New York City, where the number of medallions was frozen at roughly 13,587 starting in 1937, prices skyrocketed due to speculative lending and limited availability. The value of these medallions peaked between 2013 and 2014, when they sold for as much as $1.3 million each, leading many drivers to take on massive, often predatory loans. This bubble was fueled by the belief that medallion values would always rise, allowing drivers to use them as equity for retirement and other investments. However, the rise of rideshare apps like Uber and Lyft shattered this monopoly, causing medallion values to plummet. By 2019, medallions in New York City were selling for as low as $136,000 to $250,000, leaving thousands of drivers with debt far exceeding the assets worth and forcing many into bankruptcy. So, that's how that's how um, that's how New York works. And LA's just we just never had as many taxis. We have taxis, but they're just not as popular, especially with the rise of Uber and Lyft. And we do Uber and Lyft like wild. But before Uber and Lyft, you would go to a party. Maybe you would just like go with friends in a party, and that you would just catch a ride, and then you would just figure out a way how to get home. And sometimes it would be like, hey, our friends are leaving right now. Can I get a ride with you guys? And they'd be like, yeah, sure. And then they go and take you home or to a friend's house or whatever. So if that's considered hitchhiking, I've done it a lot, too many times to count. Um, if we're talking, I stopped a car on the road like with my thumb and like asked somebody for a ride. Um, I want to say it's happened, or somebody. Yeah, this doesn't really count. One time when I was little, um, I was in an event and I wasn't that little, but I wanted to walk home and it was maybe like 2.5 miles away or something. And I was maybe like 13, 14, 15, something like that. And and uh, uh, friends of my parents saw me walking and they were like, "Get in the car, don't you walk." And they gave me a ride home. But I really wanted to walk. It was like a big kid thing to do. Like I wanted to do it. It was like an adult thing. Um, I'm trying to think of a time where that's a different time. But I knew those people. Um, I don't know. I've been probably drunk a few times, and um, but kids were different then. They would like see you and be like, "Hey, do you need a ride? You guys need a ride?" And be like, "Yeah, okay." And you trust people. Uh, Especially if like you're around all college kids. There's like a certain community. Like you wouldn't accept a ride from like somebody in their 50s who is alone, but you would accept a ride from a bunch of college kids in their teens and 20s. So have I ever hitchhiked? Yeah. What's the longest distance I've ever hitchhiked? Um, this is another one. I had friends who were like long distance runners, and I was at one of their meets, and we were all, I want to say we were all really drunk from the night before, and we were walking. We wanted to walk to like go get coffee or something, some kind of something. And we were walking past this house that was like in horse country, and this lady was like, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And we're like, "Oh, we're just walking to go get coffee." And she's like, "Come on in, like, you guys look tired or something like that." And she had this big house with like horses. It's like we didn't think that this lady was gonna kill us, and there were like I don't know 4 or 5 of us, and so we're like, okay. So we went in their house, and um, she was really nice, and we met her family and stuff. And then I think she gave us a ride to where we wanted to go. So that's a different story where we were just walking past somebody's house and they saw us, and that's like a rare thing. I mean, this is almost 20 years ago. Um, have I ever hitchhiked across country or any of those kind of stories? No. Um, what's the furthest I've ever hitchhiked? Gone with someone who I didn't know beforehand. Probably like LA to Orange County or something like that. I can't really think of it. Um, I don't even know if it's legal though anymore to hitchhike in. I'll look it up in California. It's just become not like a thing anymore. It's legal with significant restrictions regarding where and how it's performed. Under California Vehicle Code, Section 21(957), it is illegal for any person to stand in the roadway, a portion of the highway used for vehicular traffic, to solicit a ride. Hitchhiking is generally permitted on sidewalks or wide shoulders where pedestrians can stand safely without obstructing traffic flow. Oh, I remember one time I was walking from somewhere and somebody offered me a ride, and I was tempted to take it, but I did not because I did not. Um, so I mean, there's been the opposite too. Yeah, I was in I was in I was already pretty close to Irvine, just walking home, and some like this guy and girl were like, "Hey, do you need a ride?" And I was like, "No, I'm okay." And it wasn't that far. I'm trying to think of any other time. I'm sure it's happened where like it's kind of a vague kind of thing for what you consider to be hitchhiking. I remember one time my friend and I we were in Oceanside, California, and we went to this party. We drove. It was his cousin's house. She had this really interesting house. Most places in like urban California, even suburban California, they're like um, they're like rows of houses or subdivisions or whatever. But her house was like built in a hill. It was like built in the side of a mountain, kind of a deal. And or something like that. I recall. It was just a different kind of house. It was very like artsy, and we were just chilling with them, with his like cousins. And she's like, "Hey, do you guys want to go to this party?" And we were um I don't know, we were like 23 maybe, and the people at the party were like I don't know, 18, 19, something like that. I remember they were slightly younger than us, but some of them were 21, and then some people were 25. And we caught a ride with them to this party, and this party was jam packed. Basically, somebody's parents went out of town, like in the movies, and this person threw a party, and literally there were so many kids at this party that it was shoulder to shoulder, and you could not fit any more people in the house. You could not fit any more people in the house. Um, it was like an ant colony. It was like I remember looking at my friend, and he's like, dude, this party's getting like we could just tell there were um, tensions were rising amongst people there, and then all of a sudden this fucking giant fight broke out, and all these people were just throwing fists and stuff, and everybody cleared out, and like people could have easily been trampled, but we all ran out, and um, I think we made it to his car, and either he drove or he had his cousin drive or something, and or maybe we went into a car. I don't know, but there have been a lot of situations like that where I'm at a house party, I caught a ride with a friend. Maybe the friend is like, "Hey, dude, I'm gonna hook up with this chick. Is there any way you can get a ride from someone else or whatever?" whatever it could be, and you just find a way. Um, I again, I say like anyone from ages like 18 to 25, it's far more common. Once you hit like 25, though, it becomes a lot different. And I think things are different today as well, where you can get Uber and Lyft, and you don't have to be 18 to get Uber and Lyft anymore. You can have like a parent set that drive up for you, or you can even do it yourself. So now there's that kind of world, which we didn't have. You can even do it with a Waymo, where you can just go with your friends and never have to interact with an adult. You can be like 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and just be like, hey, let's go to the mall. We'll set up a Waymo. We can go to the mall or whatever and then have it take us there and drive back. And we never had any interaction with the adult the whole time. So those are my hitchhiking stories. Have you ever hitchhiked?
One time I was trying to get the Dairy Queen, but then I couldn't get the Dairy Queen. Literally like 200 feet back. After failing to get hitchhikes.
Um, there's a thing. Oh, I know. I know why. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say there is, and you should watch it. It tells you about. This is why Canada and hitchhiking were connected. There was a robot or something that was trying to hitchhike across all of Canada, and it did, and people were really nice to it. It was like a documentary on a robot that people would just take from major city in Canada to major city in Canada to rural cities in Canada. Yeah, 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 something like that. And then it made it like 150 miles to the United States and got taken apart once it got to the United States and Philadelphia.
There's no law that will robot.
Good point. Did you just look that documentary up?
I don't see a full documentary on Hitchbot particularly. There's some YouTube videos maybe. There's a few hitchhiking documentaries. So the best series is David Jones.
Okay, so Hitchbot, 37 minutes. There was a BBC World Service thing on it. Yeah. But it just basically told you the difference between Canada and the United States. The Canada people would be like really nice to it, and again, I know I've said it before, but when I went to Canada, one of the only people I was with had staff, so it was like I had the opposite understanding of what Canada was like than everybody else had. But the all the Canadians I've ever met are very, like, generally very nice and very understanding, very sympathetic, which is good in some ways, but in other ways, as an American, I wish Canadians sometimes were stronger and less British oriented. But there's nothing I can do about it. It's the history of the country. Trying to think of another hitchhiking story. Yeah, that's a difficult thing to surmise or define. What is hitchhiking? Because if it's somebody giving you a ride from one place to another and you didn't know that beforehand, I've done it. But somebody who, like, if you, I don't know, I just guess I've never been in that many situations where I was walking on the side of the road. It's happened, but not really.
Have you seen lots of hitchhikers?
No, not at all.
driving a Whistler for skiing, and then there's like this like hot chick on like the side of the road with like a come up that I didn't really notice her, and I like was especially the last minute, and I was just like what the fuck, and then I was like all right, I'll turn around and pick her up, and then I it was too late doing a Yui, and my other person pulled over and picked her up, and I was like, God.
Word down. Um,
So I was like, yeah. So I was like, yeah, there's literally hitchhiking.
LA and California and LA specifically are so car centric that you basically need a car to survive. Um, Unless you're like working remotely or something. There is public transport, but like if you're having a commute to a job, you need a car. I knew this girl who I still to this day don't know. Really pretty girl. I still to this day don't know why she didn't drive, but she never drove. She took Uber everywhere, and you would be like, oh, she got a DUI or something like that, or she lost her license or something. But to this day, never. Like I've known some people like that where it's like, oh, they don't drive. And there's always like a question that like everybody drives. There's got to be a story to this. Like, they either got a bunch of DUIs or they have like seizures or something. It's just such a common thing, or it was in my generation. But then you get kids today, younger kids, who they just don't want to drive. They don't want to learn how to drive. Like when I was a kid, everybody wanted to learn how to drive. And we would, when I was learning how to drive, I first started. I remember, uh, like learning in, I want to say, I learned in subdivision, and I was shocked that when you put the pedal down, the car really goes fast. Like it's not like in a video game where to go forward you put the pedal down all the way. Like, no, you don't do that. It was just all you had to do was touch it. I was also surprised that the car moved on its own. Like it, even if you don't press anything, it doesn't just stop. And I remember getting on the freeway for the first time, and that was scary to me. But we went early in the morning when there wasn't a lot of traffic, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm going like 60 miles an hour, and if I just turn to the left, I'm going to be in a wall, and I could kill every single person. Like that was just like a thing. But uh, yeah, it was it was it was different. Then you had to drive to survive. But now you could basically take Uber and Lyft wherever you need and not really need to worry about it. Now, I've known, I know people who do it. It's expensive, you're right. Um, uh, this girl who I knew who took Uber and Lyft every day, she she would she had to deal with like the Uber drivers canceling on her, and um, like she would be late for work, and I would have to discipline her. And like I know that Uber and Lyft, like you need to leave earlier. I don't know what to tell you. And it was kind of an unfair deal. I needed this person at work at 8:30 in the morning when everybody I got there at 8. Everybody else got there at 8:30. I would open up and get everything started, and I did not know that this girl had an agreement with the owner of the company that she could come later, a little bit, sometimes as late as 9. I did not know that that was originally their deal, and then when we changed our hours to like 8:30, she like still had that agreement. So, but sometimes she would come in late. Yeah, I mean she was really pretty, and I could see this owner was not wanting to not wanting to lose her, but she, not who gives a shit about her being pretty. This bitch was a hard ass worker. She was an amazing multitasker. She was um, she was she was a really yeah, she really was. And the reason
Are
why
you a Mormon person?
I'm both baby. No, and the reason why she was such a go getter is I think she was on meth, but not like traditional meth where you're like smoking it out of a pipe. I'd never like people in my life don't do meth, um, but like this was a different like it was different than Orange County. It was like a different part of LA County where um, if you don't have cocaine, people do meth. And I think she snorted meth.
She was on Adderall?
No, 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 meth, methamphetamine.
I mean, wouldn't her eyes be like insanely dilated or her brain dilated? Not maybe like unconsciously.
No,
And maybe it feels good, maybe it feels good.
no, she was like incredibly fast. And I don't know. I just remember she would come out of the bathroom and she'd have like white powder by her face. And um, I wouldn't have like suspected it, but I think the owner of the business one time said like, um, I one time he was like,
Going into the bathroom and
he,
doing that.
he was no, he was like, cause he asked me one time, what drugs I've done, and I told him, and he's like, uh, I'm like, what drugs have you done? And he's like, oh, I was so addicted to meth for like a year of my life, and he's like, I'm like, really you? And he's like, yeah, and I'm like, you mean like you're smoking out of like a pipe with like tinfoil and shit? He's like, no, like you snort it, and he's like, don't ever do it. He's like, it's amazing the first time, but then you're always trying to catch the dragon. They say that heroin. And I was like, oh, no, I don't do any drugs. Um, like at the time, like I like, didn't smoke, didn't vape, didn't do anything. And he's like, I don't know how you do it. And I'm like, I'm a disciplined person. I wake early. I I go on, I pray, I go on a run, I pray again, I put on a suit and tie, and I come to work. Like, that's my day. And then I work really hard without a lunch break from 8 to 5 or 8 to 6. Then I go to class from like, I pray again in my shul, and then I go home and go to bed. Sometimes I have Torah class, sometimes I have Talmud class, sometimes I have Hebrew class. Like, I'm always doing something. And so I don't really have, I'm around good people too, and we don't do that. And he's like, so that's your secret, just like being around good people who don't do drugs. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's like how successful people. I'm not saying that you can't be successful on the drugs, but like if you're around most religious people generally on the drugs, and he's like, uh, he's like something like we had this one employee who uh, would come in, and I would be like, uh, this is like 10 years ago, but it was one of our employees' birthdays, and he was like this. He was in the Navy, and he also worked at our store organization, and it was his birthday, and all the people were going out for his birthday, and they invited me, and it just so happened to be my birthday as well, but I didn't tell them that, and so I let the owner of the business know. I was like, hey, they invited me to go, and he's like, don't go. I don't want you doing that. And like, you can't really control what I do, but I understand. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, they're gonna do their birthday stuff. I don't want you getting involved with them. And I understand because the second that people start drinking, they're gonna be like, like relationships can happen and people get drunk and stuff like that. And um,
he wanted me keeping things separate, so I always did. And within the next few days, like a few days after that, it was awkward in the office, um, and I didn't really know why because I didn't go out with them. But I had learned to come to find out that one of our other employees, she was married, and she ended up hooking up with somebody else in the office, and um, basically like she was hooked on meth, and I would have never known that these people were quote unquote hooked on meth because I guess they were just like it was more like cocaine to me. I always think of meth being like you need a pipe and it's really dirty, but it was not like that at all. They would like get like powdered meth, which was like cocaine, and they would just go into the bathroom and do it. And California had just passed a law that said it was illegal to have um, if it's a bathroom that's just for a single person, it has to be unisex. You can't have a men's bathroom and a women's bathroom anymore. And the owner of the business is really conservative and from like Armenia, and like that's not how he did things. So we had this is a small building that had four bathrooms, which was incredible. Um, we had one bathroom that was for everyone, another bathroom that was for everyone, one that was for the owner only, and one women's bathroom. And I made him aware, hey, that's a violation of California law to have a women's bathroom. He's like, yeah, I don't care about that. And so I never was able to. I mean, I would go into that bathroom occasionally, but very rarely. Um, and the girls always would go in there and come out, and they'd be like sniffling, and their noses would be red, um, and I think, where I met. Anyway, how did we get on this topic? Oh, about Uber and Lyft and everything. So there was always a question that I had. Maybe this girl got in trouble with that situation. I don't know, but I do know that, especially with the advent of Uber and Lyft, there are some people who just do that every single day. Miss Aquarius doesn't drive; she takes Uber every day.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean she has driven, but um, depending, she only goes to work 3 days a week, so it's like, and her family has cars and stuff, so it's like, why even? I mean, I went for a year of my stream with my car just sitting in the driveway. Like I wasn't using it, and I used it like 4 times in a year. And so it was just like, well, it's still worth something. Why not sell it and get something for it? And then I'm not paying for licensing and tires and oil changes and gasoline. I mean, gas is like a month ago it's like $8.40 a gallon. And I mean, I don't know what that equates to in Canada, but that's like it's like more than $10.
American dollars.
Yeah, it's more than $10 Canadian a gallon.
Yeah, it's like $11 at least, maybe 11, 11.
So
Usually 35 cents, 55 cents.
so it's very expensive to just drive anymore in California. So um, Uber and Lyft are good alternatives, and that has killed.
Is it really that high? Is it like?
It's
Yeah, I mean,
it's that's
here it's like
that's in LA County, but Orange County is a little less. I think it's like closer to 6 now. But um, that's still very high, and it was 7 something like a couple weeks ago. Just that's the average anywhere, and you'll get some areas of LA that there's this one gas station where there are no other gas stations in downtown LA, and it was always the highest gas like in the country. Um, in a populated area, it was always like almost twice what everybody else was, and they didn't care because they're like, you need gas. You're in downtown LA. What are you gonna do? We're the only gas station around, and so they would always be like really expensive. I remember paying $7 there on stream. This was like a few years ago. And then, if you ever go to the desert cities, it's even more expensive. It's like most, like there's some places, Needles, California, and Baker and Barstow, California, and where gas is like $11. It may not be that much, but it's getting there. It's like basically they charge whatever they want for it, and um, but with the advent of Uber and Lyft, it's really made it so that if you have a cell phone, you can get a ride wherever you want if you have the money, so you don't have to hitchhike. But that's that story. All right.
I have fascinating tales. I have one last question. Please. Um, back to the Busters situation.
Yeah.
Do you? I know you said like that much of this path is freedom. Do you think that citizens arrest should be allowed or not allowed?
I think in an emergency situation, it should maybe be allowed. Um, but that's a tough one. Like, what's an emergency situation and for what? Um, like, let's say somebody's drunk driving, they hit someone, and they try to flee the scene. Should should it be allowed to um, for the people to run that person down and hold them down so that they don't get away? It's a good question. Um, I honestly think police work should be left to the police. And if that's so controversial, then so be it. But how do you know?
Involve citizens or like opens up a can of worms. It's like, okay, are you assaulting someone? A civilian assaulting someone and then you like retain them?
That's exactly right. And you don't know the story. So there's this thing. I'm gonna. I want you to watch. It's really short, but just one moment. Let me look it up. Yo, what's that British newspaper of that person who looks like someone's assaulting someone? It's from like the Telegram or something, but it just shows like a video from two different ways. It's actually really amazing. Like I'm gonna maybe even turn this into a GIF. Um, dude, of course it's no, it's like maybe I'll go to check. It's like a famous thing. It's it is a famous thing. Yeah, what's that famous thing from the Telegram or some British newspaper that shows someone walking down the street, and from one angle it looks like they're getting robbed, and the other angle it looks like they're being saved from something falling on them? No, um, it's a video. It's from the Telegram or another British newspaper. Yeah, it's the Daily Telegram. Wait, is that it? Yeah, what is that from the Daily Telegraph? Daily Telegraph footage, two different angles, man assaulted, man being saved. No, it's like a lesson that people, or like, it was an example of how there's two sides to every story.
Where
Okay, so here's one. That Bondi Beach attack, a dash cam footage of two angles showed bystanders attempting to disarm a gunman before the rampage began, illustrating heroism not visible in initial report. Vancouver Stanley Cup riot included a now famous kissing couple photo, interpreted as romantic by some and as disrespectful by others, until video revealed they had been knocked down by police. Um, let's see here. Okay, give me one more look at it. It is. What is that British newspaper that put out a video years ago? There are two sides to every story. It shows someone walking down the street, and from one angle it looks like they're getting assaulted, and the other angle it looks like the person's saving them from stuff falling on their head. Yeah, here it is. Okay, type in the Guardian points of view. The Guardian points of view.
1906. Ted commercial.
No, no, no.
The reality of life.
Wait, no, no, no. Is that
Inside
it?
a Nevada brothel.
No, no, no. It's not it. Hold on. The Guardian got for people. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So it's the Guardian of View advert. It's by Pirate Records, 1986.
Yeah.
Okay, so 20,
Wait, Pirate Records.
yeah, it's 25 seconds long.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so it is that. So that to me can happen in anything. That something that looks bad doesn't necessarily have to have ill, um, that type of bad intention. And personally, that's where the police come in. That's why you have authorities. That's why you have a government that is supposed to um, recognize that, like, that's why you have prosecutors and um, discovery and evidence and things like that. That's why you don't have vigilante justice. So, do I think that that civilian citizens arrest should be legal? Um, if I say no, then there are going to be situations where people who should have been caught would have, or who would have been caught, get away. If I say yes, then there are going to be people whose rights are going to be trampled, and perhaps a major embarrassment when it was not um, it was not um, justified. So overall, I would probably say that generally citizens arrest should not be legal.
Yeah.
Now, what if we have what if we have a situation like somebody breaks into your house, and you you hog tie them until the police come, should that be legal? I kind of think so. But then you can get in trouble for like illegal restrainment and stuff. But
Yeah, I don't. I mean, yeah, the problem is that you like I feel like you should be able to do it, but if you do it, then you're like risking like that you're going to be investigated for potentially kidnapping someone, even though they were like robbing your house, and that probably isn't the case. But again, like if you see something or like you hear someone scream and then you see someone jogging away and you go tackle the jogger and trample him to the ground and like get him down, telling him not to move, and the dude is just literally going like a 90 jog and that would be like right at the wrong time. Well, now you're going to be in trouble for, I guess, illegal detainment and maybe a battery or something.
yeah, I think there's an argument to be made. Were you harmed initially in the um, event? And if you were, then maybe you should be able to take reasonable steps to be able to defend yourself, so long as you don't inflict more pain on the person and it's limited, and you call the police right away and you don't fucking torment them and you don't punch them when they're on the ground and stuff. I think that could be justified. But um, so is that considered a citizen's arrest? I think it is. So do I think that should be legal? Yeah. I don't think you should get in trouble for that. Um, so I guess I should say, like, aside from emergency situations, it should be allowed. Um, One time I was driving these girls, uh, and somebody, it was late at night, and I was sober, and somebody was on the road, and they were really drunk, and we we were like, this person's really drunk. We need to call the police and like tell them like how drunk this person. They're all over the road and they're gonna hurt somebody. And so I think we did, and it was like, should we follow them? They were like, yeah, let's follow them. So we followed them, and just maybe follow them for like a mile or so. Um, and then they pulled into like some subdivision or something, and we didn't continue to follow them. But that kind of police, um, like that kind of police citizens arrest kind of a thing. Um, I mean, we weren't gonna go out and arrest them. Another time, I was sober driving a bunch of girls, and um, I was just driving, going through an intersection, and this car flew in front of me. And this was like around the time of Grand Theft Auto, and went over this ramp, and the car just like went airborne, and then hit the ground, and all these people ran out of it. And we called the police then, and I don't think they caught anybody, but they might have gotten the driver of the car after it happened or whatever. That's not really vigilante justice or citizen's arrest, but I do remember being like, these people just ran away. I'm trying to think of any other situation.
There's like a fraud problem. I don't know if there's anything or it'll be like, I don't know, some crazy guy that's going around like, I don't know, punching a woman or something, or like doing like subway train, the subway platform, and then people are like not interjecting or doing anything, and then people in the comments are like, what the fuck? Like, why would you interject and do something and like stop the time? Like, detain the guy or
psychological effect.
it makes citizens it makes the rest of the people that prevents people from interjecting with really bad or things that are going on
It's a
inside the car.
psychological effect known as bystander effect that you will think that um, somebody else is going to do something. I was in a casino in Las Vegas when I was like 21, and I was there with my uncle, and we were just um, at the bar, like he was betting, and um, we were at the bar. You could like bet on machines at the bar, and he would always win $10,000. He like won $10,000 like a whole bunch of times. He's like Zoot with Dice Party kind of a deal. And so he was just sitting there playing the machine, and I was just sitting there watching sports. We were right by the sports book, and then I was looking at this guy, and from like across the bar, and he just kind of started leaning back and like fell out of his chair and hit the ground. And I got up from the stool and ran over to him, and I was like, somebody, I yelled at the bartender, call an ambulance. And everybody was like just in shock and scared. They had bystander effect. Like they didn't know what to do, and they thought somebody else was going to do something. And they're like, "No, this guy's having a fucking heart attack," and he did, and he survived. And I remember my uncle was like, "I can't believe you did that." Like, we were all just in shock of what was happening. Like none of us had the like they. It was like everybody was in a trance. Like I saw it. Like I was not in this trance. I was like very actively watching what was happening. But and I'm not saying that if I hadn't have said call an ambulance to the bartender uh, that he would have died, but um, he was not in good shape. They had to like use the defibrillator on him, and they brought in a like a stretcher, and they had the paramedics there, and then the fire department there and stuff. But I think he was okay afterwards. But I just remember seeing bystander effect in my own eyes that like nobody's doing anything. This guy is gonna fucking die. He's having a heart attack. Um, and when I think about it, like you get somebody who, like on a train or something, or like they I just see it like in the New York subway system. They have like a machete. And they'll start attacking somebody or whatever. Maybe not a machete, but they'll just start fighting with somebody. And then you'll get a few guys who jump the guy or whatever. Should that be legal? Or not jump the guy, but like pull the guy down. Should that be legal? Yeah, I feel like it should. There's a difference, a fine line though, between seeking out shit from a vigilante standpoint and the shit already happening. Like, if you see somebody who's driving like a maniac on the road, should you be able to um, like stop them and um, like be a I agree. I agree. Um, they have car shut offs that they can use. They have speed. Uh, they have like exactly all that shit. But here's what happens, and I fucking love these things. In LA, it happens all the time. Somebody steals somebody's car, and there's this certain area of downtown LA. If you go, like the police, people know in LA nowadays, like the rules that if it is a really highly populated area, police are told do not pursue. And so they'll go into downtown LA, which is one of the places where police don't like to pursue. And there are several areas where there are large overpasses, and they just abandon the car in the large overpass and then walk away, and you never know it was them. I've seen it happen. I don't want to say countless times, but just like in my life, like dozens of times. There'll be, I like just like here on the radio. There's a pursuit in downtown or like wherever. I love watching pursuits, It's the most exciting television event there is, and and but people are smart now, and what they do is they just go downtown to one of these underpasses, and then they just abandon the car, and then just they don't run. They just walk with the other people, and the helicopter's looking around and doesn't know which one was the person, and then they fucking get away. I've seen that happen, and then I also see them happen where
No one did like the fight where they guys just like smashed a car near the bridge and then like shot like 21 minutes. Nowhere else did like ride and got right rest of it. Okay.
I've seen that happen. I have seen that happen, my friend. Not that long ago. It happened within the last year. I was watching a police pursuit. Somebody abandoned the car underneath the overpass and then just got right onto the bus and got away. And it was like didn't the bus driver know like what was going on? But they don't. You're like doing your own thing. So if you weren't seeing that this person, I mean, and it's not like the person, it's not like the police are right on their ass because they're not allowed to pursue really close because it's really dangerous. They just have the helicopter there, and helicopters are around downtown LA all the time. Um, I mean, they call it in like South Central LA, like, and I've worked in these areas. They call it the whirly bird. It's just like you hear a helicopter. It's like whatever. The police are doing something. Who knows? You like tune it out of your mind because it's like it's just part of life. And if and the thing is, somebody drives their car. It's not like they have like a sign on their car. This is a stolen car or anything. They just literally drive there. They get out of the car. They walk around the bus where the bus driver didn't see them, and they just get on the bus, and that's it. And then bus goes to the next stop. And um, I've seen that happen. I've seen the underpass thing happen. I've seen it where the best place to do it and get away is to just go into a parking garage. That's the best place. You just drive into a parking garage, park the car, get out, and then walk into the mall or something like that, and you're able to get away that way.
I don't know, you kind of scary into the mall, but if you can make it into the mall, then you have a good chance. How quickly they're able to follow you in that mall.
Yeah, no, that's definitely
There,
true.
there was a show on Rothschild in the 90s or 90s, or I don't even know. I got this Rothschild on like there, but seriously, but the show is like, I guess like maybe the criminals or something. Like they just let people go on police cases with like stolen cars, and then it'd be like if you get away from the police, you get like $5,000, and if you get caught with your stolen car, then you go to jail. And they wanted to basically like convince people stealing cars was not a good idea because stealing cars was like a very bad like thing that was affecting their society. So they're not really send a message that like they'll catch you if you try to get away, but they're filming like real police pursuits just like in the streets. And then apparently people just start like cheering for the criminals all the time and wanting them to get away. And even though like only like three of them, I think only like 12 episodes or something got away, like they were
I am someone who, whenever I watch one of those things, I go back and forth. I want the guy to get away, but then I want him to get caught. But then I want him to get away, and then I want him to get caught. Then I want him to get away, and then I want him to get caught. Like it's this cat and mouse thing. There, and it's
no, I like guys in the cars like guys like let them they can go away.
dude. We
They can go
watched
away.
one in here with Zoot and Caspian T and some other people. I thought you were there too, but maybe not. Of these guys who were
They
on,
actually the
you
gang
were
motorcycles
you
on the
you
freeway.
saw that one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And
For like 40 minutes.
there were like tons of motorcycles. They were switching off. They all got away.
The craziest ones are the ones where they like go and they get gas.
That was that one. That was that one where they all got gas, and because that tank is not that big, they were able to get gas. And um, I want to say, like, wouldn't they know whose card they used at the pump? But like, I don't know, maybe they had. I think you could probably just go and pay in cash too. You can do that. But, yeah, that was fucking wild. That one was an interesting one because
No, I've seen other ones where go to the gas station too in the car. And whenever that happens, my left car like pumping like crazy, like holy shit. And they're at the pump like ready to jump and like going or like driving away and you like they stick off and you're like this switch is still working after
dude, there's this
people are like just like casually looking at it like
there's this scam that's happening to older people. I'm sure it's been a thing for a long time, but because of TikTok and stuff, it's become more and more well known. Where somebody will see an old lady get out, they'll wait for an old lady to get out of her car or van or somebody who they see is a target, and they'll say, "Do you need help pumping your gas?" And the person will be like, "Oh, well, isn't that nice of you? Sure." And they'll be like, "Yeah, sure. Just you can stay in your car, or whatever. I'll pump your gas for you." And they'll pump their gas for them, and they're like, "All right, that's all." And they'll be like, "All right, well, have a good day." And the person will drive off, and the the person who pumped the gas, who's running the trick, does not put the gas tank back on the hanger or whatever, and they just fill up everybody's cars, and they'll be like, "Hey, for $20, I'll fill up your whole car for you." And a lot of people who are desperate are like, "Okay, fine." You give them $20 and you get $60 worth of gas out of it. No, 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 no. Maybe I didn't explain it correctly. Okay, so the old lady pulls into the gas station and is about to get out, and somebody who's like a who they think is a good person is like, "Hey, do you want me to pump your gas for you? You seem like you need help, or it's cold or whatever." And the person will be like, "Oh yeah, sure." So the person will pump the gas for them all the way to the top with using the old lady's card or whatever. And then they'll be like, "All right, well that's it. Have a good day." And they'll fake putting the gas thing, the gas nozzle back. The old lady drives off with a full tank of gas. And then the next person comes in, and the person just says, "Hey, if I'll get your gas for $20 as much as you want. I'll fill up your tank." And the person, a lot of times they're desperate. They'll be like, "Sure, here's $20, fill up my tank." Great. And or they'll just have a friend fill up their own vehicle. So they'll, but like you would think that the person working at the um, gas station would be onto this trick. Like, hey, normally people who are at a gas station are not there for longer than 10 minutes. Even if you had to go to the bathroom and you bought something inside, your whole trip is like 8 or 9 minutes, not that long. So if you see a car in your parking lot for any more than like 20 minutes, you're gonna be like, hey, something's up here.
yeah, yeah. It makes sense to get free gas for your own car or your car.
Right.
I don't think it needs to charge. It's not worth giving out money to those things. I'm not selling for $20 plus some random strangers.
Dude, when I was a kid, they had you didn't have to prepay your gas. You could literally pull up to a gas station, fill up your gas, and drive away. And that became common to the point where then they said it was prepaid on some tanks. You had to prepay. And then eventually everything became prepaid. But back in the day, you could literally, well, way back in the day, everything was called full service, where you would like pull up to a tank and like somebody would fill your gas for you and clean your windshield wipers and like check your oil and stuff. That's how gas stations used to work. But it became too expensive to do that, so then it became you could uh, you could fuel before you paid, but then they'd have what's called drive offs where people would just drive off um, without paying, and then things became prepay, and now it's pay at the pump. But people find that today, like if you ask a young person, like, yeah, you used to be able to just go up to a gas tank, fill up your gas, and it was like a integrity thing, whether you were gonna pay or not. And people would just find that to be bonkers. Like, you mean you could just drive off? Yeah, nothing would happen to you. If you did it enough, you'd get caught, but you could probably do it 1 to 2 times without getting caught.
I
But
mean, yeah, can you just forgot to pay?
people did, and people did forget to pay. And depending on, well, they may not think it's free, but they may just use an excuse like, hey, I was busy or I forgot. Mistakes happen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They used to, they used to just allow trust. One thing I realized like
Doug,
not free and
Doug,
stuff.
this was the days before cameras.
They must have had cameras in like the 90s, probably still.
No, they only had them in banks.
Security cameras in the house.
I mean, I'm sure like the first one was like in the 50s or something like that, but they weren't commonplace like they are today until like the early 2000s. Really, until the internet.
Security cameras became common with the space during the 70s and 80s, following advancements in video and separate video technology.
Okay, see when they were a thing in gas stations though. That's not like really a place they would monitor that much.
Security cameras and gas stations
Out.
becoming ubiquitous since the 90s
That's what
due
I'm
to
saying.
high risk
That's what I'm saying. So it was the 90s, and these aren't inside. Yeah, these aren't inside cameras. These are outside cameras, which were even rare. That's what I'm saying. Like they only became like everywhere in like the early 2000s.
that was 1990.
No, I'm saying that they first started inside of a gas station in the 90s, but not necessarily on the outside where the tanks are. Not always.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Some things do not need to be debated. I don't know.
Well, it depends where you are in the United States too. I mean, more urban areas had them earlier. There are, I'm sure, still some places in the United States that don't have security cameras. They're rare, but I'm sure it happens.
Yeah,
Cameras just became a lot cheaper around like 2010 or so with the advent of like Amazon and Alibaba and that kind of stuff. It's like you could run it. That was another thing. You could run it on the internet, and the internet finally became fast enough you could run it on that kind of stuff. When previously everything had to be wired, you couldn't have wireless cameras. That wasn't a thing.
Yeah, I like car dealerships that like better have like a hardwired connection that can't be jammed by somebody.
Not necessarily.
Car dealer.
It could be clipped.
Yeah, but then they're gonna have to climb up the building. It's a tough spot to climb up. Maybe you have some extension or trimmer thingies or something. Chainsaw on a giant thing. Yeah, that might set off an alarm on the security camera. The funniest, I told you this, this giant gondola in my town, just like one gondola, some guy, for whatever reason, no one even knows who did it, possibly an insurance fraud scam or something, but they cut the cable to the gondola 2 times, on 2 separate occasions, and each time they had to like, it was down for a long time. They have to splice the wires together and shit, or to like get it back. Like, yeah.
And
I
then
was,
they put
that's
cameras on it
very
finally, right? And they put cameras on it finally.
yeah, now they literally have like security guards that are like experts in operating cameras. They didn't initially. It was just was
All right, big dog. Well, I'm glad you don't want to watch documentaries, but you just want to talk about documentaries all night. So that's cool. Can we say we'll watch one tomorrow night? Dude, this is bullshit. Let's watch Michael tomorrow.
that's not a documentary.
It's a biopic.
Yeah, maybe maybe you watch Michael right now. I'm dying to watch that. But yeah.
What's a biopic you want to watch?
I don't know.
Did you see Oppenheimer?
I did not see that. Everyone saw it in IMAX and talked about it on Joe Rogan. So
Did you watch Barbie?
how's that a biopic?
It's a biopic on Barbie.
Like the company or the actual one random dog
The latter.
played by whatever her name is.
Margot Robbie. She's great in it.
Yeah, see that one.
I loved it. I loved it. It was beautiful. Like, I had a female director, and I think she did a really great job of like bringing that world.
Interesting. Um, yeah, maybe I'll watch VR.
That would be a cool thing to do. All right. Well,
I gotta figure out how to get on that VR headset stream it or something. Watching movies in VR is so much it's like insane.
all right. Well, why don't you just watch Michael tomorrow night with me and watch it in VR? Well, couldn't you? I don't know if this would work. I could be wrong, but I'm almost sick of it. Okay, you stream it. If I had to, I'd stream it in the Discord, and then Can you join Discord from your Quest?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Yes, it can join Discord and watch stream.
Okay, so then that's how you do it.
Yeah.
So let's do that. Let's do that tomorrow night. You watch Michael. Only if we can get a good version of Michael. I understand you don't want a good version. So if we can't do that, then there are like 4 biopics I want to see. I've seen the Elton John one, Rocket Man. It was kind of weird, but it was okay. Um, I've seen, or I want to watch a, an unknown or whatever, um, like an unknown or whatever with Kimberly Chalamet or whatever on Bob Dylan. And then there's the one on Bruce Springsteen I want to watch, and then there's the Elvis one I want to watch, and then there's the Michael Jackson one I want to watch. I'd watch any of those. I've seen Oppenheimer, some of it. Um, it was it was kind of boring to me. It was okay. It was okay, but it's like um,
Hey, walk the line. Walk the line.
yeah, dog. It starts with
May I
King.
ask you the tightrope in between buildings?
No, I said that's Man on Wire. Walk the Line is Johnny Cash.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry.
Get your shit together, man. And Reese Witherspoon is in it too.
Did you wanna? Have you seen the Johnny Cash one?
I'd watch it. Parts of it, so I'd watch it to watch it all the way through.
Have you seen the Elephant Man?
From the 80s?
Yeah, yeah, we got
Elephant Tigers.
like around his head there.
No, I've only heard of that movie. I'd watch
You
that.
know what? You know what? You don't wanna watch it?
No. I said I'd watch that.
I've been too afraid to watch that movie. Straight out of Compton, out of that.
I'd watch it. Dude, yeah, dude, on that guy, he was from like New Jersey. He dropped out of like Rutgers Dental School because he wanted to make money, and his professor told him that if you want to make money in dentistry, the golden age is done. He was like, "Fuck this," and he dropped out like the first day, and then started that.
This movie based on a true story, or a biopic kind of tells a real story.
A biopic is based.
Movie.
Not really. It's that guy's story. It's exaggerated a little bit, but it's based on true events.
Let's catch it tomorrow.
Peace out, Girl Scout. Dog, that's lost footage.
I literally tried to drive it. I was like, sorry.
I think you're just saying that. I think you brought it out everywhere, so I wouldn't learn this Scrabble technique.
I don't know what the fuck that bullshit is supposed to mean, but I know that you definitely need to step up your Scrabble.
Dude, all I know is that you admitted to cheating in Scrabble, and now I can't trust you for any game.
No, you too, when you got today, you're not angry.
That's not cheating, dog.
No, it's definitely.
How is it cheating? How is it cheating if Zoot's turn to go and he doesn't go?
Okay, disconnect. Like literally saying that, like, okay, disconnect with don't shoot Rabbi. And then even you acknowledge, even you're like, that's not screen archive. Oh, it's not right now. And then I'm like, immediately after, okay, don't shoot. Like, just give me a shot. And then you literally just go ahead and shoot. And okay, next turn we can attack.
Well, you said it in my backswing. Not an excuse. Not an excuse. You know my Rabbi Rothschild Wikipedia 000 website?
Go there all the time.
Do you? I showed it to Zoo. He was kind of fascinated by it a little bit. And it's now writing on race and time travel. I'm just gonna keep that bitch going. Just on really interesting shit. All right, big guy. Take it. Oh, one last thing. I built another bot. Did I tell you how many blogs I'm creating?
Too many.
Not 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 blog posts. Blog, like individual blogs. My goal is to create over 2,000, and I'm at like 1,200 right now. And like each account can only create like 10 a day, and but you can create 100 total blogs on Google. And it like Google blog or Blogger is a lot different than Google, like Google or than YouTube. Like YouTube has like a ton of moderation. Blogger doesn't really have moderation unless you have like some kind of terrible shit. They don't really care, but that allows you to fucking flood the Google search results with your information. So I think that's pretty baller, and just want you to know that.
Like or answer in anything that you like the Google accounts like that fail. Like real bad or still up.
No, I just let them be banned. I mean, I'm still look. I have to see this like a normal person. So what if I'm not streaming on 25 simultaneous streams? I'm still live on 13 simultaneous YouTube streams. That's still far more than anybody else on earth has been given money. And all of my data is still backed up on other accounts as well. So there's no reason to cry or be sad. And I have other accounts that I can fire up when I need to. And it just motivated me to create 10 new Rumble accounts to be able to stream on. So it's like, it's not that big. I can't see it as that big of a deal. Um, I mean, if I just asked you, name one person who's streaming on one YouTube stream 24/7, you can't. Well, maybe one guy you can name, the guy who's in here. And certainly not two, and certainly not three, and certainly not five, and certainly not 10, and certainly not 13 or so. So I can't feel too bad about it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no. 13 is still enough.
Bonkers. Bonkers.
13 different.
All I need, well, here's the thing. All I need is one on YouTube. But all of my other angles are still getting covered on Rumble. And so long as Rumble doesn't ban me, and I've read the Rumble terms and conditions, they're really simple and they're really like, I didn't do any, I haven't done that, I haven't done that, I haven't done that. So like the things that you get banned for on Rumble are like pretty like um, I haven't violated those things. I don't think. You would think the same is true of BitChute. But BitChute, they're a bunch of bitches over there. They literally say BitChute, yeah, uh, I'm banned for other platform manipulation. And it's like, what is that? What does that even mean? And they won't give me an answer.
Need to like spray paint on the back of the wall there, bitch shield, or just anti bitch shield
100%.
messages.
Do you want to learn anything more about Brendan Schaub tonight?
Um, you're gonna have to earn a shot to me look at garbage
Dude, you watched a biopic this week, The Founder, and you fell asleep during it. Don't you remember?
I mean, I stayed up for like 24 hours at that point. More than that.
I mean, that sounds like a. Is that my fault?
Yeah, I think there's something that I'd like to do something
Okay, I don't know what you want me to do about it. All I know is that tomorrow night, 8 p.m., Michael Jackson movie, and you can watch it in Discord in your headset.
Oh, that's kind of scary. Alright. Oh, there's a doctor who was like, May 29th. I want to watch that.
Okay. All right. Well, peace out, Girl Scouts, and I hope you improve on your cheating on literati and that's.
I've never really,
I mean, are you really sure of that?
yeah. No, I mean, I would have found your word anyway. There's no essentially I've read the terms and conditions for Plato.
Is that what you were using AI? You weren't just going to one of those websites?
No, I just yeah, just typed in the letters in the search bar and just said what is the biggest word I can make these letters and gave me two items.
Right. So you were cheating.
I don't think that's cheating.
Is that how we're gonna play nowadays?
Alright, I mean maybe. I think it's no word
No, it's like 10 times worse.
It's less of a deep cut.
Get out of here. Those are lies. I have Brendan Schaub videos to watch. Peace out, Girl Scout.
That media gets released. word Mishnah is mentioned in Rothschild. The Rothschild says, what was that? Where's that box? Was that when somebody took the table? Okay, let's go. Rabbi said, "When you see first, Rabbi just do it. If you didn't do it first, you know they do it afterwards. If you don't speak for prayer is not stress. One of the chapters in Rashi is the Gemara. The Gemara even says an amazing thing that a prayer never brought prayer twice in his lifetime. A prayer can only be once in his entire life. It's very, very not common. It's not going to mess it up. Well, and also, this is what everybody knows. You make it, and it makes you wealthy. So even though you wake up, so people like it. Oh, money is good enough. So they're not going to do. And when people go to those things, when people look and see that people are going to be Shea, no reason to make it count. Okay, people try to take it. What about other students who like to create an outline? You can take both portions of prayers and put them on the separate lines and the community and constantly do what there's no nation. Taking something with everybody like you think the days of Russia. You see this prayer about Russia. Prayer about Russia is right. Or I should feel right after this sentence, Hashem will give you a blood. I think I made that like people read the type of prayer. Don't they read the first? It's not can really make you. But what is like when it says it's a good start for people when said it's not about saying what things for furnace or out of something. What do you want? All of the things like to create in our bank and the company we got my daughter and does the things our bank. There's a video in this. You guys don't want it. Yes, amazing. But I because it's such a shop. So when the minister says in the public we're gonna go on the different times today. That's the inauguration was dropping around happened. That's the morning time the day after in the morning. And I used to actually my first time women on the I mean the morning maybe when I buy the college number on my but there's the time to dinner about. She was always happening in the evening. See? But first thing about first year about the idea of the name that all done. I need to show you this super very, very important. Understand the okay, no, oh, that. Then like this, we call it our first time, we call it our phone, our version of like in the morning. They see us and there's after us. So when we, in this part, it almost seems like that it happened in the morning. First time, but hey, it's like this, they see it. When you see us in the road. The worst is like, when you clean up in the night, you don't have nothing to eat for. Why clean up in the morning? It must mean that you really that much. You have all of that and water. I found this explanation. Okay, so once I get that piece of the one is to know that the pleasure of the lighting of the Lord that comes to the tree and more. Then we go to the next person. But then, they find they would then have fire to and fire is kind of natural. In other words, like two pieces there, I'm not exactly sure why there's four pieces, but this one says that the fires happened when we left the menorah. And we figured out when we left the menorah in the evening because when you clean it out in the morning, it was perfect for it. I was trying to make it Friday. So maybe I was trying to I wasn't sure that it needs to light it. I wasn't for sure that it needs to light it because you have to clean it out in the morning. Like clean out in the morning, it needs to get it right. And this probably says you have to really see the first at the same time. So I was saying this, we do that. We made it. So that's the inauguration of the players happened in the evening, not when. So there's a chance of that. And what about the man with the argument to the inauguration? I don't know. Morning, So that makes more sense. You had money to give her now. I assume they were talking like that. Twice your salary on the judges the judges evaluating Ryan's case because you're a bad guy. I watched something in our Discord that someone posted with them, and he just immediately starts humiliating Callan. It was something along the lines of Callan was talking about being on TV. I was like, how much you he keeps going down. I was like, this is and then he goes, you can how much next to his age. there are bots, 100%. There's a ton of them, and they catch some of them, but some of them are more sophisticated in their approach, and the programs comment positive or negative, or they don't know, and it seems like a fucking person to have. You'll see that there's like a bunch of numbers after a couple of letters or a name like Bob 56725, and then you see like half the person has a fake Bob's account. So it's like they're gonna person, who's the person Bob? Bob 56725, and then you see like half the person, and then you go to Bob's account, and like there's almost no chance that Bob's a person. And you like Bob's posting all the time and making comments on things all the time. Most likely, what this is it's paid engagement. So it's not just paid views. Rogan is so funny because almost more than anyone else, he cooks. And it's but at the same time he says he doesn't care at all. He doesn't want to. He's not on social media. Doesn't care about ratings or views or whatever. But then don't bots do that legitimate thing. He's big about his bots. I don't hear what anyone says about people who aren't there and then fucking he's fucking oh I'm reading. I'm curious. Comment about my show. satellite location is being accomplished in intelligence. You can add to the video for your screen and you can add that. Millions, millions, this is on the Mecca Hollywood satellite. Rabbi is sponsored by Michael. That's not in their location. They have a satellite. Okay? And you find the you're going to landscape, tell me what, I think it's running for viewers, and it's so because this is a collection of things, and that 38, we spoke about the kind of photos from Palomino, we said there's a Palomino, and certain images found with the caption C16, H10, N2O2. And mentioned that it was a genetic code along with the guy that I'm covered. And we actually put the formula of the molecule, what it represents, atoms namely C's, carbon, 16 carbon atoms in the molecule, 8 hydrogen, N is nitrogen, O is oxygen, and there are 2 oxygen atoms in the molecule. They all tell me the atom, the circle, the complete chemical structure is, by the way, okay, sorry. Dr. Shimon Gonzalez will cover Jason Kelly. On Vancouver, we flipped out in the 40s and been learning with people from Nigeria. The student has made learning special interest in pretty computer. And then we go see Senator Rhoda Country, love the survey course that we're known to Schmuck. Senator said that's really stuck with me. That I considered Brenham 2 years ago, really considered exposure of those that use today because it's largely now allowed for most of the skills. They got an independence with AI and super knowledge and better for the tools, feeling something around the feeling, or this is better, and it thinks that shit. Okay. It's messages it, this kind of thing. Think about like most people, more people learning deeper solar insights to learn one way or another in case study the film, giving us the fact that the one thing I said yesterday, I say it again now because I think it's important. I might have said it over the years, not putting it in. But when it comes to the 5 the people don't know that people don't know. The point out, if I was in two trying to sort of like video, I can know how to tell itself. It's a yourself for the robbers, it's something that's not right before shit. And the reason why I said it is because I'm sitting here, I'm not a leader, but I need to a lot of people. I'm doing shit, I think it's people. I think that's the thing that's service. So it comes in, so it's good. And, you know, it's a delivery on it. I try to do it in a nice way, whatever, but some of you have to do something. And there's no connection to everybody. So you can grow a lot more. You can reach, you can reach a lot more. It's just my show that says these music. In other words, these 5 people, they weren't leaders. The other wasn't a leader. The Yishari, the brother wasn't a leader. The father wasn't a leader. The hidden father wasn't a leader. They were next to leaders. They were with leaders. They were leaders. They were leaders always. Not always, but their leaders were messed up. And okay, I just got to say what? Yeah. No, but I was saying things that you can well, yeah. or the 18th birthday and the last recovery from Local scientists and scientists who say that every man felt for millions. Senior Gula, and the Pacific Anonymous, the man who called them Sarah and Russell by Sarah, walking all over his life. There were many people, I know the whole list, many people coming into America for the past. Even though you don't even know. Like, he thinks that, and I worked with, of course, not the skin out, right? But there's a lot of people, and they have to be kind of good. Anonymous, you know what you're saying, it's a very fine thing, you need to explain what I'm talking about. This is not a mental thing, I'm feeling, I'm feeling that you can back on the people, the one opinion is what you I'm trying to decide. If you start to talk about your autonomy, the same also, the rest of the guy, people that can hang on. Social edition, everyone stops the voice of the social edition, the new value is available, the stuff by the running and leading family, anonymous. I'm not joking. Volume 2 is a lot better than Volume 1. It's succeeding in the system. It's more effective and it's significantly bigger. In other words, it's not turning the page, more compelling. It's a better product, more power. We got to turn it to the show. So what's the problem? Take yourself. We're getting better and better as we go on. You just live in the wrong time and we're going to go up. Now, somebody, if you think about it, I don't want to take any other thought, but you have 2,000. There's kind of another for others, 3, 4, whatever it is. It's free. It's not a self-thing. You're not the side. You only have to buy 2 values. Yeah, okay, here's the very low level kind of making things up. Move on. Round the product, second thing. Your official edition, everyone talks with the back. The black and black, the name of my father and his son, right? You've been getting the 1050 rights to turn up and look up the hell up. Option page 8. David Stanton, Jason Longo, Luis Lopapano, a broken and low to turn up and I'm a good place. Stuff is on us. We're sending a first page on the show on me. Which is famous to see later by Torah. They have some surgery as well. And we will follow up that everyone then more. Anonymous, thank you, son. Successful procedure of meeting them better. Thanks, family, to celebrate the special birthday of Stuart Bates. Now, what? Then he, I read on all the microphone. Anyway, look, the thing when I'm going to the rock. There's no one else coming up. There's a young man who's living in a Tesla. Anyway, I is what makes our cheer. So beautiful and popular above thing. It was to add this week another person, but this was a thought that we really hope that it was relevant and it was to add so that it really happened. Okay, well, here we go. Is that men's fast and the I don't have a spot. Anyway, we are holding the whole check it out. Honey, Robert. Honey, Robert, by the time of Canada. You see, I call the substance the same age. Sure, it's simple, cycle one. And I'm going to bring it up with the familiar with it. But on the right side, you have 7 feet and 2 legs. 2 legs and a boat. The finger, round, a boat, if you will, the 2 legs, 2 legs, and the side, the 2, yeah, the thing that the sound is, let's go back to what? Now, instead of grabbing the 2 feet that are year old, go ahead and grab the 2 rams on the side. Yeah? Here's what I say. The substance is similar. You grab the 2 feet and take control that is finger. That is it's a 2-year-old. But it's good. And the Rams are also destroying them. The Rams are destroying them, and the Chiefs are destroying them. He grabs the Chiefs, and he says in his mind that it's the Rams. But the Rams are Ohio, and the Chiefs are Shami. And he's dropped the right thing. He's dropped the right thing, says the right thing. In his mind, this two Rams. Children, and the other in the bottom is because it's okay. But the owners, you're the owners in the state, the people, try to be two more sheep. And they run over them. Look, look, right? You grab the right thing, you done the right thing, then you destroy right thing because what happened in 17? Two rams, two swollen sheep, and a bull. You didn't pull the can right thing. If you remind, you know, I want to okay, when your mind is familiar, I want to matter from, but you didn't understand, I'm going to put the lemon explain something. So it's a little interesting how a cookie says it. It's what it means. And they say it's a funny difference. It's a hard thing to explain. It's a concept of powerful. Father, this is the ram. If the son is Aiden, we stop on the shoot walking. So call that there is a ram, he reverses the ram. In other words, if he thought that the ram, when he shepherded for the right thing, the wrong sheep, and he shepherded for sheep of his mind, they were wrong. In other words, he started something bad, but he actually did really good. He wanted to shepherd the ram, but they are sheep, and he, yeah, yeah, sheep, but he tried to keep it in his mind. But did the right thing. But wasn't so good. No, the subject, the conversation is whether you taking something, you can uproot something on purpose or by accident. That's the subject word. So then someone said, in terms of name, you don't know people's names, because a lot, I think a lot of it has to do with saying it straight up. Yeah. He's not, you ain't sounding, but you're sounding, but over here, yeah. But from this subject, for the most part, you say that he says it. A lot of times it point out he said it. But when it comes to the rock, because the sovereign Adam, he fell in his mind that was the wrong thing. And he realized the right thing. He's having the same person and accepted it. That's what he wants. But it wasn't accepted. At the end of the day, he accepted the right thing. Really right thing. And if it's trouble, even if it's in the name, but it's in his mind, he told it to Allah. I accepted it for Allah, but he was seed. Yeah? But he had to say, he made a miracle. Why did he try to flip it on purpose? But he didn't really say, he thought that they were an Allah, and he accepted it for an Allah, but they happened to be seed, they happened to be the southern. Then, why? I feel the time caveat to, it's, I don't know. I don't know what the meaning was of it about. They were accepted it for seed. So the only reason why I accepted it as an Allah because he made a mistake. It was a mistake, a real honest mistake. Honest mistake says, right, this is what this Finran is the fact that they do. And honest mistake was it. Why not feel the stuff? Well, all back here. So now, until we just go, we're just going to be talking about this concept of like fear the stuff. When you're uprooting something by mistake, this is a real uprooting of we're all about it. So that's one thing, now the question from where we're going to go. So now, the thing is, a lot of us have this question, and I don't know if we ever realize this, but here's a good answer to it. When I find a fire, yeah, when he takes the fire and sets it for the wrong thing, or for the wrong time, okay, you don't even know. You're going to eat it for a day. Yeah? When you find your plan, what if you mess up? You speak up. I put no like your neighbor. Your neighbor shows up with a fire. And he says, I want to bring a cousin Faida, and you were your mind, you think that's what he's mind. You mess him up this time. And then how you actually tell him, by the way, I messed it up. Oh, yeah? Because I always get to go to another person. Oh, no, because you talk about it. That is what that is. You have to pay him. It's grammar. Okay? So it says over here, how can I answer people about me? Cool, thought. Yeah, the wrong intent brings the sequel that is going to either that's what you gave. The sequel say, you did on purpose. So you put these licenses on the state tax. But then enough, you didn't figure. But the people think you are. Okay? Hey, you think about it, you didn't realize that it's an odor. You didn't realize it's an odor. You really thought it's an odor. You didn't realize it's an odor. I think a little bit of a finish here, under my breath. I said it, and I'm going to repeat it because I realize it's still over the radar. When he says, when the Gemara says he calls the Shema, it doesn't just mean he calls the Shema. He said, I'm going to eat it today. That's part of the secret. You know what I mean? Instead of eating it for one day as a process, I'm going to eat it for 2 days. Okay? The third is what? Feels nice to go. Yeah. Oh, you mean, how's your stomach? No, but it's not. It's just like that. You can't change it. Right? Exactly. So they can leave you in the process. You can't change it. How are you going to change it? Do that. Doesn't matter. But the influence can see it. I'm stomach for 2 days. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, I'm going to go with Tashi and say that he didn't even say slumber. He says 2 days. Yeah. It's nice, no? Yes, I think that. It's not stomach. That's what it is. It's a code name for 2 days. I say you. I say you. Even on it. Why are you trying to say you? You don't say it. You work on the phone for phone. Remember this. Okay. Oh, wow. It's on the phone. You're going to basketball and it's on. Even though it's a contact. It's a real contact. The guy comes in, right? The thing is just inside. And he says, and his mind is going to be by mistake. And he's all going to be telling me to finish his phone. But if you do this, even by mistake, you finish the repeater. I'm not here to tell you how that is. And then a liar that uprooting something by mistake is a good uproot. It's the word. So when I buy a spirit of violence, is a mercy to think. This is love. In the other, I don't know why. So what I know? Oh, so what happened there? I don't know why that people can talk about it too, but the uproot something that is crazy. Here's the uproot. What happened was, here's the process. Because the first is very Islam. And it's a literally says Islam. He's saying I'm religious? No. It's not amazing. Why? It's not religious. The reason why it's not amazing is so big that he says that this is not real thing. I don't think your body sees it. Your mind saying it's still not. But hey, it's a process. They're really thinking. And we were thinking about it before. On that guy, you know what I'm saying? Like, the process was not really real. It's telling me, I think we really do stuff. And she told me, you know, that he can move it. Down to it. So you don't want to write whether I feel to show you or not, because we will show you deliberate. It's not like you're actually the name. It's not that you're lazy because you can't make it. How do you know you're lazy? Nothing really does. Should have learned some of those religious situations tomorrow. Sharing, one of the values for fun. I just have to say that, you know, say what is tomorrow last night. And the little alarms are going off. And you can literally hear bombs exploding. But a lot of times, I don't think that we've got to figure out maybe you can help me out. Sometimes the explosions last for over a minute. It's the splitting up one. I don't know if it's stupid, but I don't know. It's so many. There you go. There's in midair. Right. No, you get it before it lands. And then before it hit its, it lets it out. And then they let it letting it out up there. You have to get it over with it. Crazy. Crazy. No, you know what else? There's a lot, how long do you think it lasts? It's for real. The fact is, 30 seconds. Like, it just seems like forever. So anyway, you don't share. You see, it's not like that's not you're doing that. My concentration is like, you can play. Like, they're really going to win them because given the summit is so pretty exploding and a thing of fire just went right down, straight down, landed from it. And they fucking win them, right? We didn't have a siren here, but the blowing up liquid were here. Maybe you could show you, the editor could show the actual thing that fell on the center. It was a ball of fire coming out straight down. Yeah. But what did you say to do? Oh, it's supposed to explode before it. Yeah. Yeah. What's the really good? For two minutes, some people they say something in the back. Some people want to say like this. Ma tu non devi solo avere combinato se dici che ci sono smart share, the other the value can play. The first dimension the sector, but on other days, the more elaborate and the successful of elaborate. When you really look at the fruits, they bring flowers to root for example, something will start now. I'm from the you start today, bring a whole flower, stick your hand in there, you please for those funny little things that are but it was mine before, and to do that, right? We have here, oh, what was it, nothing? Actually, this picture being made it into the Mars problem. Yeah, because my friend says, oh no, why do I do this? You also have beautiful stuff here. Let me tell you. Check this out, let's do this. I almost missed it. This is what? This is what my friend says. Into the biggest pot with a lot of oil. This is on the pot. You know, because, this has oil. Actually, really, yes, really good. Like green. Milk of Nina. You look at Nina. And this is a milk of Arabia, meaning it doesn't have any oil. So when you watch these videos, when you watch the person doing this live, you know what he's making. So when he says the wrong word, it doesn't really have an effect on what's going on. Because I see what he's doing. Whereas the Imam, when you're checking, every sheep is the same. So you don't know if one end is we don't know what's going on. You can't see what's going on. You don't, nice of animal people. He says, that's what the Kitab says. And the other thing, even if the son said, oh, I'm doing a video, but it's actually doing a parade, show them. Look, all of the Bible stories. This is unbelievable. And there are zero effects. The end doesn't have to be another bit. See, now, I'm not going to do nothing. And this is really fun. Chapel is not like to see my president. We're doing a flatter one. And we did it in the club of the president, which is a beef fry, which has a lot of oil and stuff. It's not a oil. It's not a doing. It's an everything. You know, you can see that it's a flatter. I mean, it's a blue. And the guy says, instead of doing a make a fight, a consider doesn't put any oil in it. And then you should lose off. They say, oh, it has a lot of oil. Not saying what you doing, you know, she's already. You see, it has no oil. You can do whatever you want. He says, if the shield changes my life, I'm going to kill rebellion. And such a good line. Like, like, oh God, this thing actually works. Like, no, I'm going to kill the guy. Koy nitma, alis Stefanski, Anika Rebelli, Bioy, Shishani, Hikmi, Shishina Steiner, the Hologo Yasaki. Those might be my favorite. Why did he die? Because he changed the guy's life. Beautiful. That's fine. All right, Shimon, this is like the favorite one on time. Says, look, Shimon, wow, if you listen in the evening, you don't just pick yourself up and go, you make up what you didn't do in the morning. You do food chocolates, right? You chocolate in the morning. Why? And he says the interesting notion is that Mark's going to have to explain for us. כשנחת את מזבח הזוהר אלו בכל הסמך. This beautiful picture of the Mizbech Hazal, how did we inaugurate it? By putting Torah's on it. Now you know you get it. Put on the back and this way say, oh, it's Kaddish. You have to make it Kaddish. It becomes, how does the tree become Kaddish? By using it. So we're making a complicated one like that also. We move back to Oilam, the famous Mizbech Oilam that we shuffle the Kavanas on you, and you make the Kavanas on it. That's what the Kavanas Shach. The first program of the day, which makes you put the coming on, it became the pillar. You're able to use it now. That's the beauty. Well, look at that Shulchan Aruch, that's my favorite Shabbos. And the Shulchan. Oh, look at that. That is nice. These guys pose a good people. Let them know you put the level of one on child, it becomes inaugurated on child. Well, next time I know you, that Rabbi Shiva, their son, you know, no, no. The first time that they used the menorah became inaugurated by putting on all the candles. They inaugurated. There we go. How do you inaugurate a couple shots? We don't need one body. We don't need all. Who just told me a couple just told me, but he asked to show. Who the couple just went to? He's going to ask to show for an actual shot. So very expensive, but yes, before you go. There's a regular shot. You're not going to use it. Or become a member with the membership of the official edition shop. Talking about it. Why even they care about all of it? So this is the question that we're dealing with. By the way, on the page is very short. Sipur Shein created himself in Israel and Friday. You hear the question? We're going to have to begin with it. It's not so question. If you have one of the other, you only have enough for one. So kind of coming before So the first thing you come to everybody's mind is you only have enough for coming, you only have enough for Muslims. Which you do? What that answer? That cannot be the question. So what is it? Since you ain't bringing something with them, every time. He had to feed it to the young lady, you must have to the young lady that day. She got to feed it like why? Now, 1 minute, I'm going to ask you a question about it. That's okay. Look at the future. Like the Bishop Shabbos. Maybe the Bishop Shabbos overpowers the Shabbos. Go on. That's not the answer, though. That says so. We have to think about the Gemara. What does the Gemara do? Let's do Chazara here. Gemara is just going through the steps, showing you how we got all the steps. Obviously, we know the answers, right? Right. We know the answer. Gemara is just as smart as us, at least. So look, we just want to the way they speak it out. Instead of saying X, Y, Z, they said it in Lashon of a Pasuk, but they're saying it well there. Saying it with the fact that they know, but he made it with the young if you have both, and it's the same thing. She didn't really want people. What? The other food makes goodness. You see that extra word? When you bring a comment on Shabbos, it's not just a regular
Question. Can't.
we run for the Mamada, everyone just keep it in. Maybe the Bible says it's becoming your own risk. You gotta trust yourself, hey, there's no way to know. What's my thing here? Dave, how do I get to my slide? Now, a lot of people were worried that when I'm getting shit from home, we're not going to have the fun. So we brought the Sunmeister and the Sidekick, Noam, we have Aryeh, there's no show. We're going to have it all. Boys out, we're going to go, we're going to start from 30 to May, we're going to be using it there. Like, if you want to about it, what happens is, we're talking about Jewish. This guy right over there, beautiful Jewish. And the bread. They shifted the sheep. And we said that when you check the sheep, there's a secret. There's the body, the hand cut, as we do. Between the sheep and the bread. Put it down with the flour. Oh, yeah, thank you. Got it. So, maybe we will do beautiful. Let's think about it for a second. You super trusted. There's a fine for the bread and the bread got lost. Now what? Can you do regular Greek on? If you Greek on these sheep, what happens? You have to throw them up. You have to burn them. There's a way to save them. The way to save them is to do something that's awesome. That is to think that these sheep are not the truth, they're for a regular stone. You go to the small, you switch to the small in your head, and then you make a shorter stones, okay? You cannot use Greco as if they're for sure because there's no bread. And there's a reason bread. There's no bread. Bread, what happens? Is just wait for it. Instead of what? Instead of leaving it, they're reading it there. I'm choosing going to live strong after Betabafila. Can I do the MLA? She said, this the devil should have cut to the snowy, something doesn't make sense. If I do it, I'm supposed to do it really good. If I do it like I'm not supposed to do it, then I'm going to do it. You know what I mean? What happens to my life? Now, I don't know when, but recently. But I don't know what to say. When it comes to this, like, that's just another, I remember from the second one, then, here, you do that thing, the first, you know, now, I don't really face that. Now, I don't face that. I was the first salary, and the old ones. Those are the kind of place. If you check the kind of face that, you feel that place. You only like to check the kind of place. What do you do before the day? Then it comes to the snow, it comes to slow snow. So if you try to check it as a covered face that you feel is the right time, it's no good. But if you check it as a snow day, then it's okay. Oh, I didn't check that out. Might be. So yeah, it's the experience for sure. Not really. Thank you. Yeah, I can take that. Not a lot expensive. Why do you take that? If you try to shop before the time of that stuff, it's possible. As a person. And you go in, then you know, God, if you switch it doesn't make it. You wait to start
the picture of this tradition, because the same way you can appeal open finding for the place to get there together in like a school or a family that you feel like then you feel like that. Okay, my thing is church. And the fact that it is public. I don't know. I just think no, the maybe it's sad that they probably use it because it's still like two. And you don't know what's going on. You put two, you decided these two, and you remove the people. Yeah, I'm trying to discuss it. It's one of these, I know it's those, and it's going out of the stuff. I mean, it's really, the truth goes on, it's over the other person. So every time, and that's the thing that you see, you can find things like that, and in fact, you see the whole process outside of the religion. You know inside of the religion. You know the thing about that. You know the story about And then besides, the only thing is, if they don't stop them to do it, it's like, if you do it, I guess, if you do it, yeah. It's not what I do. It's not the way it is. Good questions that get people trips people up. Let's see if you guys know. Really got a hard time. If I have a file of regular food and they give me anything, $4 for stuff, right over there, yeah. It's like zero. Well, food, a stuff. Not open yet. Because the faster we open it, it's true. I decided not to. You have to use it to some guests on you. So, just follow along. A sheriff, sheriff truck is coming. But I use this to finish the fast. I said, yeah, it's so long. No, it's not. I said, no, it's not. The one is coming. First of all, I think it's coming. I'm gonna figure out now. Correct. You're right, use this back. Once this is too much, if this is too unusual, if this is too much, and it becomes something so special, that's how I think. You can't do anything. If you're trying, you can't drink it. If you throw it, you can't drink it. If it's high, zero. This is nothing. Not only that, there's a special practical show. But I really need a practical person who knows you have to feel the anxiety to prevent the feeling from becoming panic. So now that we know these things, check it out. The beautiful face. Now, the message that there's a brother, like Holy Story, there's this brother working in this wine place. His brother makes wine. I don't know, he's working. And a non-Jew, he has such a wine, opens it up, and like, you know, he's gonna, but it's, I forget what happened. It was like a couple $100,000 more almost, but they prevented his last second, or I don't remember what the story was. Well, anyways, he was just here. This guy coming up there, I thought I was thinking him in there, and you know, make that for him. Standing over there, he has $50,000 in the bottom, and on top, there's a barrel of Truma wine. Which is, this is just the fabric of an onion. If you come to know you have a like a place where they crush the grapes, and then they go down and you show the whole thing. This is just not over there, yeah? You have a barrel of Truma on the top, and the bottom is full of Truma. In other words, a rat fell into this, the rat, whatever is fine, you still sell it, great, okay, whatever happens. And like I said, I went to one of the Truma factories over here, and then giant bags of chicken in the house. That's sure totally. It might be like, yeah. Next time we go to the block of the food. You know, I'm sure it's not like that. I'm sure you wouldn't get on top of it. Right. Yeah, I mean, most people think it's all this small guy good. So, yeah. So check it out. You like the nice walk over there. The true love is you have to feel the right set. As soon as the little leaf will hit the one and grab the truma. You know the problem. The truma actually fits the truma in the bottom. What's going to happen? Let's just say it's the right amount. It's the right, okay, we're not going to go with the balance is much smaller than 100. We're not looking at no 100 to be left. If the truma on top falls into the barrel on the bottom, what's going to happen? No one can drink from the bottom. Why? Because it has truma in it. And the whole thing becomes truma. And it's truma smaller. So if one thing is vegan, then anytime you say we're going to do truma, so now you got a $200,000 more, but for the current, it's protecting whiskey to the body. So, you know, what do you do? You got to go like this. You can run away from maybe the exaggeration of the truma. It's a backwards grip. Okay? It's grip, yes. And you get the end, you'll be fine.
Because there was nothing. But what nothing says that the current war is similar to office, but it looks really small. It's plus not the anyway. Assignment major, assignment for special education. Or what is another do also? Let's remember it's coming. The everything's coming. Not at the end of his too much reviews, but when it comes from. I saw him on the time say very serious. Right. It's possible to do so. The second thing said, the oil that is in place. Talking to churches minded by it. But the oil that is showing is something to it. The owner of it, still 7 days of time. Or days. Days. The sun is the wrong way. It's something to it. When he saw, after the morning, he learned it's one. If it's true, and you learn to play with from the double, you learn one from another, you learn rules, which is a play. From a stone from the double, that's why you don't learn how to play from it. Yeah, it's learn how to play. Just like something the double, that if you walk the wrong year, it's okay. So to the also, you don't. You know, don't go by, I think so, you're going to learn, you can learn from the double from the play, you can learn once, you learn that it's doing that. I don't think it's a little African color. You learn from somewhere after tomorrow. Once all the black family is so big one man has an other. And this is now one of the little one like from another. I was. I said no idea. My son did for some reason. That when my son also that you have to do the first year, and you go the second year when it's okay. And vice versa also, the same thing in reverse. And some days, for some years, you're supposed to be a first year one, and you go the second year one, and we look for something for some days. That's okay? She's like, she's very devastated, but sure, she's devastated, so something that wasn't done properly, like something was all right. Both of them were not done properly. It doesn't show the show, it doesn't look so this actually knows that it's crazy right is something that you get to the show. And now if we're doing the show, that there was some day when it's supposed to be two. So, if I even I like to show all of them there. I don't know if you guys saw this video. No, you need to be doing who did it? No way. We have a fun cut off there. The website is Save the Day. Okay? This is a classic. Let's go say this to it. The chicken floor, I thought for this one. At least I lose it. Let's get that like that. The question that I have is, this one went under the radar. What about the guys making? Just to the left, I don't know. I'm not making it. You go fake? Let's get a little feel. I want to get a little feel. We knew what is it? Okay. I'm not a believer. I don't know what to say. Maybe like singing. So let's do it again. What's that? When we sing a song, everybody. We get a freaking bar there to join. Michael Othaizer. Related to David Othaizer. Maybe. Who knows? Who looks like a stop like a stop like him. they was the Rothschild started they suggest with the nation. And it was basic. You got the women, and another something, you what you have to do is that's you don't want to exactly the British service and work. And like, because even in Ohio, that's the right, that's the state, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the thing you have to do. Well, that's the thing you know. But if you learn from the past, real quickly, we had yesterday, that if I learned, you know what, I'm not going to say the whole thing, just to remind you the video, right? The little sheep, side thought, for whatever reason, when they're not supposed to, they had it happen, you don't see it, they had it dead. Remember the whole story, they got the sheep, and it's in the macaque, that's what I'm saying again. Do you bring the two breads, do not bring the two breads? So this one you learn, you bring the two breads, you say that lesson, you don't just you leave them overnight, when you don't see up, you leave them overnight, then you burn them. And you might ask, why you don't burn them? Oh my, freeze them. Let's go, what's the great one? What's the great one? And then I say, you know, the fact is, you could eat it, but if you eat it now, without, what are you going to do next year? Next year, when you have to, you're still going to get the food, and if it's the food, the bread, from the people. If you have to eat and have bread, you have everything going, then you must check the sheep before you eat the bread. Why? The only way to eat bread is if you have the check so the sheep are the last. Another mystery, the mystery mystery. You tell somebody that didn't know something else, they don't know what you're talking about. The mystery is what allows you to eat the bread is the fact that you check the sheep. When you don't have the sheep, and suddenly the master check, and all of a sudden you don't need sheep to be master, so the bread is not fine, good, you have bread. You're not going to realize that the master took it back to what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to check the sheep. But you know, when I eat the bread, I have an issue with the lack of the bread. The lack of when you eat it, that's called prayer. You know, it's good. Okay? That's why I'm not this morning, because some of my kids, well, it's kind of like, don't think it's some of them are how many do you usually have in your truck? 85 years. I'm sure you have more than 35 right there. The last one, yeah, the show is actually, I was looking at this 2 days ago, and kind of upside down. I feel like it tells me, I think you're upside down. Because the screen is down, you get cell phone on the table. It's like, literally, yeah, the other computer on the table. Yeah, there's that thing, flying, yeah, please, music start, work, celebration, and you play for, we have to first got to start, we have to do it, football, take 30 grand, get $6,000, The Megillah is like a little paper thing. It's just a little stuff. Okay? I just have to say, we were talking about that. Nothing right or wrong. I'm saying exactly. So maybe it's for me, it's just a pretty short. Also, now one more for the nation of the world, why make the city of the world? Maybe what's that? Who's that thing that says we found all the game? Whatever. You know, they say, whatever. And then people she was coming. Hold on, what? What's up? Look, you know, this is the one. Oh, sorry. So in the article, you see, we put parentheses around the word one, and then the robot is put in the square bracket after the word one. very interesting lesson. A very famous the whole thing is light, and all of a sudden the light is going to help the video. So he's here, and he left literally 30 seconds before this video. Started showing him back. So like, what a shame, what a shame. And then he comes back. Then he comes back. He came back. Okay, he started playing. Here we go.
Day and night. Look at this West Side pimp. Look at this. Damn, man. Look at this move. 86 that bitch like a motherfucker. Look at that move. Oh, what up, Zoot, you little bitch? How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. Yo, can you hear me? Zoot, can you hear me? All right. Are you ready to lose, son? How you feeling, baby? All right, but are you feeling well? You ready to do stand-up comedy using rehashed Cosby Show bits? All right, big dog. Are you ready to lose? All right. Yeah, it's still Friday, baby. That means you've got 2 fucking days to prepare for the biggest comedy opportunity of your life. I have a question for you. All right, dude, here's my question for you, big dog. You, my friend, are a stand up comedian, correct? Technically, you're a professional stand up comedian because you've been paid to do stand up comedy, correct? All right. So, what's the game plan? You're no longer allowed to do raw comedy, but you are a state finalist, which is baller as fuck. So, you're just going to keep doing comedy in Adelaide for the rest of your life? And that's cool if that's what you want to do. But, like, I mean, you're just working out your open mics. I get that. But what do you want to do? What's the next step? Do you want somebody to say, "Hey, Zoot, you're funny as fuck. I want you to open up my club," or do you want somebody to be like, "Zoot, we want you to come"? Oh, it would be for someone to ask you to open for them, right? Okay, that's a cool goal. All right, I'm about that. That's realistic too. At any point, somebody could be like, "Man, I really thought that Cosby Show joke was fucking hilarious. I'd love for you to open up for me." Dude, Kid Cudi's your favorite rapper of all time? That's baller as fuck. All right, I just want you to know I'm gonna just beat the absolute living shit out of you at mini golf. There's nothing you can really do about it. It's not even close, dude. Dude, I'm just making you aware right now that this game is over. Dude, you're up. Dude, dude, you have an invitation. If you don't accept it in the next 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, we're not playing.
Why didn't you accept it? It's over. You got fortunate, dog. You need to be faster. My time is valuable. That is the worst shot ever. Hit my ball. Hit my ball, baby. Hit my ball, baby. One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Wow. That took skill and sex appeal. What are you going to do? Are you proud of that shot? Dude, are you proud of that shot? Dude, are you proud? Well, you should be. It was phenomenal. Look how sick my shot was. But you had an amazing shot. No, you didn't. You need to be positive, baby. Dude, I know it would be like, I just won. Even when you were sucking absolute dick. I just won. That's what I like to hear. Let's see your shot. That's garbage. One of the worst shots we've ever seen. One of the worst shots we've ever seen, son. Oh, fudge. What did you think of that shot? Are you proud of that shot? What did you think of that shot? Dude, you're still in it. Home slice. You're still in it. Look at this shot, Zoot. One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Zoot, you're up, big dog. You just hit one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Hit my ball, baby. Look how sick this shot is. Are you proud of that shot, Zoot? Zoot, look at this shot. You have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. You got to go all the way. No, that was not, you know that he had to do better than that. Now I've got the lead, and now I'm in cruise control. Dude has one of the most challenging shots in the history of the game, and I'm gonna defend this hole like Will Chamberlain in the paint, baby. Like Will Chamberlain in the paint. I don't know. Are you proud of the way that you played? I'm amazing though. Oh, are you? And do you think that's a good move, son? Because you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna dominate. I'm gonna play one of the best shots ever in the history of the game. Position that I am, that's incorrect. Look where your ball is, son. Look where my ball is. Stop. What'd you say, big man? Dude, look at this. You need to make this. This would be the greatest shot in the history of the game. No doubt. And the game is out of reach for you. Now, I'm going to show you what a perfect game looks like right here. I love this hole. This hole's my jam. I'm amazing at it. I just hate the last shot because I'm bad at it. Terrible. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody stay on that little pad. But if you ballers, fuck if you do. Now look at this move. Folks, anybody else watching out there? Look how good this shot is. Perfect. And there's a chance. Zoom. I've got a shot at the hole to win. I've already won though. I'm already the champ. Make it. Make it, Zoom. Because day and night. Make it. Diabolical. That's a big word there, man. It's over, baby. It's over. I'm gonna beat you in pool. It's not even gonna be close. Pool is not even gonna be close. I'm gonna beat you in 9 balls, 1v1, normal scoring. You have the invitation. You have 10 seconds to accept. Now look how sweet this shot is. I'm already calling it one of the greatest shots ever. Perhaps. I don't know why. But you're up. It was. It absolutely was. That was amazing, bro. No way. No way you make this. Oh, you did. That was amazing. Yes, you did, dog. Look how sick a shot this is, though. One of the sickest shots ever. Now, I have a tough shot here. Do you think this is a tough shot? You're up, big dog. I know. You're up. You're up. But you didn't. It's not, but it's not. It was awful. It was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Look how good this shot is. Oh, dude, that was so bad. But you don't have a good shot. You have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. Everyone knows it's that hard. Oh, dude, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful, though. Because day and night. Yeah, but this one is now. This one is now the wild.
This one's close. I just
Do you think you did?
if you don't know, I'll give you a essential. Not that you don't. Now I'll say yeah. I'll say
I don't know. I'm not good with these long shots. Well, Zook, that was the most devastating match we've seen all day today. It's over though. Let's look at the best shot. Obviously, they gave me the best shot even though I scratched. I don't know how that was a thing. Did I have the best shot? Or did you have the best shot? We're gonna look again. You had the best shot. Alright, Zoo. I've beaten you 2 games in a row. Now we're gonna play bounce. And we're gonna play with 6 players. Are you ready, Zoo? 6 players. 3, 2, 1, go. I said, are you ready? And you said yes. You can still join. Just go to the 6-player one. You're in. Good job, Zoo. It's day and night. Oh, I fucked up. I'm behind a lot. I'm gonna burn everybody. Why am I gonna get really mad at you? No. It's day and night. Oh no, devastating. I hate this one. It's day and night. Dude, you did alright. Dude, you got 50. That was baller. And then somebody just absolutely sucked. Yeah. Who knows? Okay, 6 players. Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. It's day and night. Dude, I'm gonna dominate everybody. Really? Oh, I fucked up. Who's she? Fuck. Dude, good job, Ben. job. Who's the chick? Well, this girl's smoking hot. This girl's hot as fuck, dog. Drink Pink 80. Look how many views she has on her profile. 921. Everybody else has like 53. View profile. She's from Bangladesh. This bitch is hot as fuck. She's good at Ocho and bounce and bowling. She sucks dick at mini golf, bro. She's terrible at mini golf. I got some teacher mini golf. She's beautiful. Good eyes, dude. Alright, dude, you got me. Good job. One game of Montcalm. Alright, one game of Dice Party and then we're Dice Party. I fucked up. Give me 3 5s. That sucks. You got 3 4s, that's bullshit. You got 4 4s, even more bullshit. You get 5 4s, but I make kids. Good day and night. Huh? Are you gonna go?
So, Rabbi, you figured out how to talk over?
Like a bunch of big words, big guy.
So, Rabbi, you figured out how to talk over?
Yeah, all of them. One, two, 4 4 5. 1 2 4 4 5. Good day and night.
How much money do you think it costs to go to Bangladesh?
A lot.
How much is the world?
3 $69. That was devastating. One of the worst goals we've ever seen, son. One of the worst goals we've ever seen, son. Look at this move now. Day and night.
Why did you play a 7?
Why not? Are you fucking serious? This game is rigged. This game is overtly rigged. One of the most rigged games in the history of the game. Day and night.
Yes.
Get another one. This game is over, dude.
You get a tussle.
This game is over. Dude, this game is over. I know it. You know it. Good thing. Whoa. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Give me a 5. B. Give me a 5. B. I just took the lead. Dude, I took the lead. I just took the lead. I took the lead. Everybody knows I just took the lead. I took the lead. I just took the lead. Garbage. One of the worst goals ever. I've never seen a worse goal pass. Sorry. Here we go. Give me these fours, baby. Fours all day. Dude, you got three fours. Four fours. Are you fucking serious? This game is rigged. This game is rigged, dude. This game is rigged. Dude, it's rigged. Why did you just say fucking time? Majorly. Maybe the most rigged game in the history of the world. Most rigged game in the history of the world. Are you sure? This game sucks. One, two, three, four, five. Fuck yeah. If I made a comeback here, it'd be the greatest comeback in the history of comeback. No one would have ever had a better comeback ever. Anything in the history of the world. Oh, you're gonna see, baby. What did you think of that, son? What did you think? What did you think of that, son? What did you think? What did you think about that? What did you think about that song? Hey, what did you think about that song? Hey, I need tutus. Hey, I need tutus. Hey, I need tutus. Hey, I need tutus. You have a full house. That's if you need to get it. Give me two twos. That's all I need is two twos. And I got them, son. Oh, if I get one more set here, that would have been devastating. I would have gotten another 100 points and taken the lead. That would have been the greatest comeback ever. Why didn't you play the full house? This game is over. Zoo, did you check out the Fighter the Kid subreddit yet today? Why not? Okay. Well, do you want me to update you? I think the Fighter and the Kid, I'm not even kidding. And I know you absolutely don't care, but I think they're stopping in like a month. After 14 years, dude. What are your thoughts? Dude, did you leave? You're amazing, dude. Why does it take you so long to communicate?
Send a quick message or something.
No, you don't. I'm more important.
Bye, Zoo.
Sugar bed.
You can't talk like that here, man. I don't care what you do, but you gotta get it through your head that you can't have those kind of thoughts allowed in here. You can't have it. We could have them all in the phone, but you can show them and stuff like that, and stuff like that. Workshop room, computer level. Shema, Yisrael, Adonai, Adonai, yeah, workshop room.
One is gonna come as a person, a corner person, and then he'll be able to enter the take it. The famous nice is that a back council statement, the council statement, I'm gonna go on nothing. So the same person, I've been waiting.
Dog, if they fucking got me, I'm not
Third grade.
you guys see that horse?
Yeah, look at that. This kid around over here. They also
It is a Buddhism.
another stuff that they say is that that's one of the parts I'm gonna have. I don't understand it. You know, the farm, but oh, I thought of the other to look back to the proceedings. Oh, your proceedings, I thought it was back. It's just gonna be, you're gonna know. That is, you know. But the thing is that when we have a if you answers on questions that nobody in the world could answer, it's gonna be so poor. So this is people, we all know. Yeah, we're there. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay? Let me look it up. Let me know. The last one was doing the 3 weeks a day as well. Oh, I'm missing all the videos here. Okay, what? What? We have a guy that we tested yesterday, a new AI guy. So check this out. His very first video, very first video. This is a guy that starts out with 7 sheep, but no one ends up with one. I don't know the root.
What's up, baby? We've been doing this bitch for 140 days. Is that true? It better fucking be true. Huh? I don't give a fuck. I'm tired of shit. I don't fuck do with this shit. 28th to be out this is 86 Friday. May 15th. Are you done? No, that would be my question. Be like, dog, you keep talking, but ain't nobody listening. Alright, so what do we do on the 10th, baby? Come on. Listen to this one. I'm like that fucking horse. Who's correct? Are you? Whatever you want me to be, girl. Alright. Is this over? Is this over? No one really knows for sure. Everybody, Ella, different. Ella, fine, but this is the majority. That's fine. What does that mean? It means whatever the fuck you want it to be, girl. Alright. Creation of the world and shit. What they should just call it. Why? Why? You're the wildest fucking rabbit we've ever met. Good. I'm glad. Go fuck yourself. Alright, here we go, folks. Oh, this is the worst. Dog, not yet. Not yet, dog. Not yet. We gotta fucking do the thing. Oh, this is weird. Really? Bye bye. Timeline. Really? Dog, just Why not? So we got 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, 3631, 136, son of Adam was born, 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born, 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born, 3366, 395, Mahalalel, son of Kenan was born, 3301, 460, Yared, son of Mahalalel was born, 3139, 622, Chana, son of Yared was born. God. Adam's name is that he would have like so many fucking. He'd be like, oh, he's my great, 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 great grandson. Oh man, hey grandpa, when you gonna fucking eat it? And bite it? Yeah, whatever, dog. Things are different. No, it's actually all right. Can you do the fucking thing with the thing? Yeah, dog. Everybody. Here we go. Let's go. Urkata Denai Langham Alpha Chicken Son of the Mutton Savannah of Sephira Omer. Posterior Sherma God King of the University of Certified with the commandment commanded us considering the counting of the Omer. Today is 44 days, which is 6 weeks and 2 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash speedily in our days. Amen. Shalom. Are you done? Walking to Are you done? Did you get it? Did we just gotta check the day? No, I think this shit. Shabbat. Did you get the honor count? So fucking worse. Who currently wants Shabbat? There's somebody called Rabbi. Let's check. Do you own Shabbat? I don't know anything, baby. Really? 44 days, yeah, baby. Right, is that the end of your fucking story? I think so. Here we go, folks.
Minus 3,631,136, son of Ham, was born. Minus 3,526,235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436, 325, Ethan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366, 395, Ben, son of Ethan, was born. Minus 3,360, son of Ben, was born. Minus 3,139, 652, Jonathan, son of Ur, was born. Minus 3,074, 687, Ben Shalach, son of John, was born. Minus 2,887, 871, son of Ben Shalach, was born. Minus 2,831, 930, minus 2,705, 1,056, son of Haggai, was born. Minus 2,225, 1,536, who began the construction of the ark. Minus 2,205, 1,556, Gambit, son of Oda, was born. Minus 2,200, 1,557, Shem, son of Oda, was born. Minus 2,203, 1,558, Shem, son of Oda, was born. Minus 2,105, 1,656, Metashelash died. Minus 2,105, 1,656, 3 minus 2,103, 1,658, Shem, son of Shem, was born. Minus 2068, 1,693, Shalash, son of Shem, born. Minus 2038, 1,723, son of Shalash, was born. Minus 1,757, son of Ur, was born. Minus 1970, 1,787, son of Nick, was born. Minus 1942, 1,819, son of Ryu, was born. Minus 1912, 1,849, son of Siri, was born. Minus 1,883, 1,878, son of Nagai, was born. Others. Secular year Jewish year, Israel. Minus 1,850, 1948, Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1,803, 1958, Sarah, daughter of Terah, was born. Minus 1,700, minus 1,765, 1996, minus 1,761, 2,000, Carolina, minus 1,755, 2,006, minus 1,743, 2018, Moving Avatar with Abraham. Minus 1,738, 2023, minus 1,757, 2034, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713, 2048, Abraham circumcised himself in Ishmael. Minus 1,713, 2048, son of Israel. Minus 1,713, 2048, Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,677, 2080, Jacob. Isaac was one on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1,677, 2080, Zeradah. Minus 1,653, 2,108, Jacob, Esau. Minus 1,638, 2,123, Abraham, minus 1,603, 2,158, Shem, son of minus 1,592,175, plus Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1,576, 2,185, Jacob, minus 1,574, 2,187, great grandson of Shem. Minus 1,569, 2,192, Jacob, 33rd generation. Minus 1,566, 2,195, Eli, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1,562, 2,199, Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Minus 1,556, 2,205, Jacob and Aaron. Minus 1,553, 2,208, Benjamin was born. Minus 1,545, 2,216, Joseph was sold. Minus 1,533, 2,228, Isaac. Minus 1,532, 2,229, Joseph became viceroy of Egypt. Minus 1,526, 2,235, son of Levi, was born. Minus 1,523, 2,238, Jacob and his family went to Egypt, living in Egypt. Secular year, Jewish year, event in history. Minus 1,506, 2,255, Jacob died. Minus 1,429, 2,332, Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Minus 1,393, 2,368, Moses was born. Minus 1,355, 2,406, Joshua was born. Minus 1,314, 2,447, Moses encountered burning bush. Minus 1,313, 2,448, Jewish nation left Egypt. Desert. Secular year, Jewish year, event in history. Minus 1,318, 2,448, Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1,313, 2,448, nation of Mount Sinai, minus 1,313, 2,448, Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1,312, 2,449, Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1,312, 2,449, tabernacle was broken. Minus 1,312, 2,449, spies returned from Canaan. Minus 1,274, 2,487, Aaron, very glad. Minus 1,273, 2,488, Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year, Jewish year, event in history. Minus 1,273, 2,488, the Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. Minus 1,258, 2,503, the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245, 2,516, Joshua died. Minus 1,228, 2,533, Judges began the conquest of Damascus. Minus 1,188, 2,573, and year was 18. Minus 1,107, 2,654, Shamar and Naphtali. Minus 1,107, 2,654, minus 1,067, 2,694, minus 1,027, 2,734, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024, 2,737, son of Boy, became leader. Minus 1,003, 2,758, Jair, became leader. Minus 982, 2,779, Jephthah, became leader. Minus 969, 2,792, Elon, became leader. Minus 959, 2,802, Abel became leader. Minus 951, 2,810, Samson became leader. Minus 931, 2,830, Eli became leader. Minus 907, 2,850, David was born. Minus 890, 2,871, Samuel became leader. Kings
So she went and she got on paper and she sat down and said, underlined, she said to him, Dr. Rothschild, what you are in the name of the season of grace. So even though Rothschild, to tell them, I'm not going to be changed until you tell me not to do this for me. What more do you feel? Everybody take those papers. And Allah, I heard I'm swearing back to you. So she showed up at the mercy. I've never seen a more beautiful woman than you. Allah, look at us, what I'm saying, say to you. If you listen to the prayer, we're talking about, and we have some of the things, they come and give you a part time over there. See what it's called? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You learn the correction. Stop running out of the Maria. Maybe the country. You don't just try. Why? Because if it's going to, you're going to feel a punishment. Those words are going to hurt. And on the flip side, you're going to feel a lot of surprise. Some people like my way. It changes a little bit. Listen, you're like, those sisters, this nigga like Tucker, this nigga out there, smacking the face. Now these four sisters are smacking the face. They're gonna be like witnesses. They're alive and well. Mom is honest. The one makes a double way down. I'm not able. I can't get away from them. And the love, anyone with first like someone in my city, I need to take details. What's your name? When my city is what city you live in? When my city I call who's your receiver? When my name is Rothschild, and what's the name of the yeshiva that I don't know? Like this guy, there's a guy from yeshiva. The guy not a South guy. The guy came out of yeshiva. They went to South guy, they took a shit, who knows where. Look at this, boom, trying to go in here. And so let's get all the details. Now, give me a specific name. Nothing in my upside and nothing the other. To me, it seemed like that when I looked outside and was shit, it felt like a death. It cut the enough on it. I need to get out of here. I'm holding on to the screw up, making my life miserable. There, take all those. I'll be waiting. Your number. I'll see you later. Thank you. Let me go. I'm going to put some of the more crazy stuff in there. I'm going to put the phone with myself. He's very lucky. And to divide up all of the belongings is to follow the proper action with you. She gave the phone to the kingdom to Rashi to drive the king, to drive the local authorities. They're not going to let her out. First of all, they need you there. You're a professor. But they don't want to let her go. They push them out. The famous, my son. Here's the sense, they have near the center. There's a bit war on one of these bridges over there. And the Arab guy says he's going to do it for $100 million. So I had to get $100 million. Right. Just the material stuff, 80. It's a lot of things going there. The Russian guy comes and says, $200 million. It's still right there. He says, 80 for the material, and the other things. $300 million. What? He says, $100 million if I could say that I had to do for me. $100 million for me, and $100 million for you. So we got just come out. You have to give a third. That's the difference. It's not a joke. It makes it your whole life. No, it's not to my player. Because the rest is really what's up with crazy stuff. Right over there. She didn't stuff up. She wanted to be successful. She wanted to work. She knew that she had to do something positive. To get to the point. Since this not to be up, you can't be mistaken. This is giving me a wrong. Let it work. We should have the third one. But for after my son, she also didn't give away all the gold, the gold bed, the silver bed. The dog, the director for the seal.
You don't want to ruin it, but just to bring it to how we tell them. No, no. The problem is not what you think it is. The problem is something else you believe it is. How could you make it believe it is? But explain that the American awareness is strong in first quarter when the years from others from your life start getting knocked every 14 minutes on the floor. And the first thing you do is go to the phone and check it in. And you see this strong this out from there. Where are we coming from? This is the last thing you see what the study focus on. There we go. That part is very accurate. But the next part is completely off. So, that's what I'm saying, right? Everything is great so far. Well, 4,000 people. Right. But it looks like no. And listen, eventually got to the serious culture. We had a lot of people started learning. I told them, you want to stop, start a people. Did it. Start. Did it. Or stop. So this is the crucial. Stop. Wait. Or went back and you'll come out. Recently, I've had more clients that do fixing translated in the system. So now, I'm going to stop. I go backwards. You'll stop. I don't know any clients that do foolish after go back. It's not going to work. That's not a funny thing. Play it. They should have put the boy trying to make them stop. But they couldn't stop. I just saw it. Like, the worst person I can. So I opened my mouth and I stuck and got it. And see the same shot. And this is the truth. This is a real black. Very honestly, when I see the truth. Direction mind me, the man, he's going up on it. Really amazing curves, forming, something like supposed to really vertical. You know, most shit, you want to see the picture of him doing something. Okay, same picture you, that's it, good thing. The voice of fish there, I think it's the day on. So, some sort of work. You just hit the spot with the third, check it out. You might get lucky and get everything straight. And it might be a worse skill. It's pretty good. Let's see, this is right. You use it too. You run there, but the first thing is easier. You still feel that it's getting good. You try to lift it. Super simple. No, it's not good. I'm telling you, you play that when you find out, you learn about it. Method. Oh, this is a very interesting it's written by a writer, or a reader. So people think this is trying to bring a pilot to make it way of solution. Okay? Learn to know what's unfrozen fire. Wow, learn up in the front of the stuff. You must start with my name. You start with the stuff. Such a relative. Such a beauty. Short. Tiny. Juggle. Still. I subsequently embraced course today that I said that I'm the only recruiter that is recently in the World Series group. I worked completely for years in the Mason League fantastic Detroit Tigers. I did. But look, we'd love to see your team put on a fight set. People fight side. So put it like Stephen announced the page. Put pictures of your team, teams in the back, to get in touch with them. Sure wants to buy some of their product, etc. The book. Most pictures cover learning. Sergeant will learn what pictures with descriptions in fact. Does it mean for Christmas studies to learn minor leagues by the Rabbi from Yeshiva and then brought up can have a better understanding. They never fix the ultimate. If I do nothing, if I work in the bottom of the feet, breaking line, I'll be back on breaking line, bottom of the eight breaking line. The backwards suggestions is very insane. So the visual descriptions are too tough. By the way, thank you, Michael, of Major Bell. We were friends. Our main conversation was about that a lot here while I was in the base over. I think what he said about heroes and trying to stop them to the younger person. He's trying to stop, really thinking. Yoga said, you don't go to live, they don't go to live. Eric on the island, the Superstar Rabbi. Detroit Lakers, West County. I leave with a personal drop off in San with them, with the marriage be time, with may they never need an empire, may they be safe at home, may they be safe even when they're out. Is it fairly young? What's his name again? Eric Howell. He's in his late 80s, like what he said.